please be seated.
We begin this session by acknowledging the Kaurna people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and we also pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people who are present. This hearing takes a different form in part because of the circumstances that have been imposed upon us by the coronavirus. This is a hearing under the Royal Commissions Act of 1902, and people who are appearing in person and by video link are witnesses for the purposes of that Act and for the purpose of the Royal Commission's Regulations 2019. What they say today will be in evidence before the Royal Commission. Mr. Rosen.
Morning, Commissioners. I appear to assist you with Ms Hill and Ms Bergen. Commissioners, today and tomorrow, Counsel Assisting will call a number of witnesses as part of a hearing of this Royal Commission in the form of a workshop. The workshop, which is to be known as Adelaide Workshop 2, will be similar in style to the workshop which was conducted here on 10 and 11 of February of this year. In that workshop, Counsel Assisting examined aged care program design. During this workshop, we will focus on research, innovation and technology in aged care. As my colleague Mr Gray QC explained on 10 February 2020 in Adelaide Workshop 1, these hearings in the form of workshops differ from the public hearings that were held by the Royal Commission in 2019. Commissioner Pagoni noted on 4th of March 2020 that at this stage of the work of the Royal Commission, the Royal Commissioners are, and I quote, actively considering specific proposals for reform of the aged care system. This workshop is part of that process of active consideration. Commissioners, your terms of reference require and authorise you to inquire into, and I quote, how best to deliver aged care services in a sustainable way, including through innovative models of care, increased use of technology and investment in the aged care workforce and capital infrastructure, end quote. You're also directed to have regard to examples of good practice and innovative models in delivering aged care services. It's important to note, Commissioners, that the terms of reference do not refer to technology and innovation for their own sake, but rather to improve care. Numerous reviews into the Australian aged care system during the last 2 decades have recognised the need for greater innovation in the way aged care services are delivered. Those reviews have highlighted the role that technological developments can play in improving the delivery of aged care, including by enabling elderly people to remain in their own homes for longer, and also freeing up the time of carers to focus less on completing tasks and more on providing person-centred care. The Royal Commission has itself commissioned work that is relevant to this hearing. Research paper number 3, Review of Innovative Models of Aged Care, was undertaken by Flinders University, Bolton Clark Research Institute, South Australian Health and Medical Research Institute and Standout Report for the Royal Commission. That paper includes a section on technology to support long-term care for older people, and it concludes, and I quote, some technology-based models of care that have been shown to be viable internationally but have not seen successful adoption at scale for the Australian ageing population include telehealth communications and monitoring technologies that enable better access to healthcare and integration of care for older people less able to travel for services, and remote support of independently living individuals who are ageing in place under the supervision of informal or formal carers. Commissioners, research paper number 3, which is on the Royal Commission's website, provides an overview of technology to support aged care, including assistive and supportive technologies, monitoring devices and systems, communications and connections technologies and intelligent health information systems. During the course of the next 2 days, Counsel Assisting will call a number of witnesses who have extensive expertise in research, innovation and technology, especially as they apply to aged care. There will be 4 panels of witnesses, 2 today and 2 tomorrow. Each panel will be asked to examine specific propositions that have been formulated by the staff of the Royal Commission and circulated to the panellists in advance of today's workshop, today and tomorrow's workshop. These propositions are available on the Royal Commission's website. Interspersed between the panels will be a number of witnesses who will describe their own experiences of technology and innovation in aged care. And you'll also hear from a Canadian expert tomorrow morning from whom there is much that we can learn. In the course of the Royal Commission's hearings, older Australians, their families and aged care workers have explained how they use technology. Examples that you'll recall include some struggling to access the My Aged Care website, family members who use technology such as closed-circuit television to monitor their loved ones living in residential aged care, home care workers who log on to their employer's app from their phones to find their roster for the day and the care records of their clients, and older Australians who use social media to keep in touch with families who might be far away. The first witness this morning will discuss the use of technology in aged care. Mr Damien Harker's father is a home care client of ECH Inc., an improved aged care provider. Mr Harker will describe how the use of an application on his smartphone provides him with peace of mind about his father's care. You'll also hear from Ms Denise Griggs, who works for ECH Inc., and she will describe the use of the application from her perspective as a care worker. After a brief break, you'll hear from the first of our panels. Ms Hill will call 4 witnesses who work in the aged care sector and our universities. They are Professor Sue Gordon, Ms Janine Buckley, Dr Tanya Petrovich and Ms Daniela Greenwood. Each of those will introduce themselves to you, Commissioners. The panellists will be asked to consider 4 propositions concerning innovation and technology in the current aged care system. They'll be asked to consider questions including how can aged care providers use technology to support the delivery of safe, high-quality aged care in homes and residential aged care facilities? Are there barriers to the use of technology by older Australians, their informal carers and providers? Should the use of technology by aged care providers be regulated or subject to an accreditation process? How can greater use of technology, as well as innovation more generally, be encouraged? Are there unintended consequences associated with the use of different technologies? And finally, how can technology and innovation be used so that workers have more time to care? It must be acknowledged, Commissioners, that technology in aged care, as in so many aspects of our lives, can be a mixed blessing. You'll hear, Commissioners, that many older people and many care workers are apprehensive or ambivalent about innovation and technology. Those concerns are understandable. Just last week, a new report by the Australian Computer Society concluded that 50% of jobs in the healthcare and social assistance sectors could be either automated out of existence or augmented by robots and artificial intelligence by 2035. The challenge for the sector is to engage its workforce and the residents so that the positive aspects of innovation and technology can be accentuated and the negatives addressed. To use technology in a way that preserves and supports care as human-centred. You'll hear that this can only be achieved with end users at the centre of development, testing and adoption processes. After the luncheon adjournment, I'll call Ms Barbara Hamilton Ramsey, who's in receipt of aged care services in her own home in southern Queensland. Ms Hamilton Ramsey will describe how technology has broadened her world and improved her quality of life. After you hear from Ms Hamilton Ramsey, Ms Bergen will address the topics of data and research. In the second of our panels, Commissioners, various witnesses last year gave evidence about the absence of a holistic approach to data collection and application. For example, in the Darwin hearing held in July of last year, Professor Joanna Westbrook of Macquarie University said, and I quote, "We do lots of collection of items of information, but really it doesn't become meaningful information until you start bringing it together in some sort of holistic way. And at the moment, we have got lots of different data collections going on, but as a sector, we really aren't able to use that data, so it's not providing us with any real information about what is going on." And I think it's come up time and again that we really don't have good indicators about what is the quality and safety in the sector. And yet that data itself is sitting in these data silos available ready to be used, but it's just not being used and brought together in that way, she told us. And Professor Westbrook memorably said, and I quote again, "Aged care is data rich but information poor." In this workshop, we propose to assist you to investigate the solutions available to address the issues with data to improve quality and safety outcomes for residents of aged care. We will explore what data should be sourced, what standards should apply, how should data be collected and from whom. And further, we'll be examining the applications of data. How can good quality, standardised data be analysed and interpreted by researchers and policy analysts to improve service delivery? Who should be the custodian of the data collection and management process? and can data be applied to improve corporate governance by providers and oversight by government? Commissioners, yours is not the first review to inquire into data capture and application in aged care service delivery. As long ago as 2004, the review of pricing arrangements in residential aged care by W.P. Hogan recommended, and I quote, that the existing aged care information infrastructure should be substantially expanded, building on the existing expertise within the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, and should include quality and financial performance data. Similar recommendations were made in 2009 by the National Health and Hospitals Reform Commission, in 2011 by the Productivity Commission, and in 2017 by both the Tune Review and the Carnell-Patterson Reviews. Commissioners, you'll hear from 4 witnesses in this afternoon's panel about the topic of data, with a particular focus on its applications in research. Once again, the panellists will introduce themselves. They are Ms Louise York, Dr Rob Grenfell, Mr Ben Lankin, and Associate Professor Maria Enaccio. We expect that you'll hear this afternoon about the data capture, management and analysis gaps. No data set or platform currently systematically links the needs assessed as part of an aged care assessment with the services provided by an aged care service provider. Similarly, changes in care needs over time are not tracked between an initial aged care assessment and the funding allocated under the Aged Care Funding Instrument, ACFI, about which you've heard so much. Such limits compromise the ability of policymakers and researchers to monitor system quality and performance and to assess the capacity of the system to meet future needs. Limits in data standards, collection and linkage mean they cannot monitor the delivery of person-centred care via a uniform, valid and meaningful measure. Corporate governance, regulatory compliance and research activities would also benefit from improved data collection and analysis. Commission, is now part of your task to inquire through this workshop about future possible reform in relation to data, what, by whom, how and why. Ultimately, you will also need to form a view on the question of implementation and by when. Finally, I need to refer to the coronavirus and its impact on the work of this Royal Commission. As you've already alluded to, Commissioner Pagoni, Commissioners have taken the precautionary step of not permitting the public to attend public hearings and workshops from now on. This is due to the risk of the virus to public health. This step has not been taken lightly, but it is intended to protect public health and especially the health of older, frail people. The hearings will continue to be live streamed via the Royal Commission's website. In addition, Counsel Assisting will not require witnesses to appear in person where those witnesses receive aged care services or work in the aged care system or are in contact with people who receive aged care system or provide those services. Any such witnesses will now be encouraged to appear by video link. We acknowledge that this may detract from the free discussion of ideas and propositions that these workshops are designed to encourage. We ask for the public's forbearance and that of the Commissioners in that regard. Commissioners, I will make some brief opening comments about the panels that will be called tomorrow at the commencement of the hearing tomorrow morning. But for the time being, I call Ms Denise Griggs and Mr Damien Harker.
Just before you do that, Mr Rosen, I just want to make one slight correction. The way you've expressed the position in respect to the coronavirus is that we are not allowing the public to attend. I think more accurately it is that we are allowing the public to attend but electronically.
Yes, I stand corrected. That's certainly the case. Unless there are any other further matters, I will call Ms Denise Griggs and Mr Damien Harker, both of whom appear by video link. Good morning, Mr Harker and Ms Griggs.
Good morning.
Good morning, Peter.
Hello. If I could start with you, Mr Harker, if you could please tell us your full name.
My name is Damien Wilkinson Harker.
And Ms Griggs, if I could ask you to state your full name too, please.
Denise Helen Griggs.
Now, we need to have you either affirmed or sworn. I think we have the capacity to do that there, so I'll ask that that be done now.
David, repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm.
I solemnly and sincerely declare to affirm.
that the evidence I shall give will be the truth,
that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thanks. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare to affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
but the truth.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Harker, if I could perhaps start with you. You live in Adelaide,
That's correct, Peter, yes.
and your father, George, is an elderly gentleman. How old is he?
He's 89.
And he suffers from dementia.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And how long ago was he diagnosed?
He was diagnosed in 2016.
And do you have other family in Adelaide?
I have one brother here.
Yes. And how far away from... I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that. Your father lives at home by himself, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, that's correct.
And how far away from where you live is your dad?
He's about 10 to 15 minutes driving from my house, and my brother's lives about probably 5 minutes away in a car.
Okay. And your father is in receipt of a home care package under the aged care system?
Yes, that's correct. He's currently receiving a level 4 home care package,
Yes.
which is managed by ECH.
Yes. And how long has he been in receipt of a level 4 package?
Since 2016, June.
And just out of interest, was there a long wait between the time he was assessed as eligible for the level 4 package and the time that he received it?
No, it happened quite quickly. He had some mental health issues at the time, which we were getting treated. And through that process, we went through the ACAT process. And I think within a few weeks, it was actually acknowledged that we would be receiving, or he would be receiving that package.
You may not know the answer to this, but were you told that he'd been given a particular priority
I wasn't aware at the time that was the case.
Okay. And without going into too much detail, can you tell us what sort of services your dad receives under the level 4 package? What sort of care does he get?
Yep, sure. So he has personal care twice a day, so that includes help with meals, medication. He also has domestic assistance once a week, just to generally cleaning the house. He has some nursing visits twice a week to check on his health in that regard. He receives some gardening services every 3 weeks just to maintain the property. And he has some physiotherapy every fortnight in home, which is really good. And he has some podiatry visits, which is probably about every quarter, which ECH help with as well.
Okay. Time to bring you in here. Ms Griggs, if I could please. You're a relationship manager working for ECH?
Yes, that is correct.
And what does a relationship manager do?
We manage home care packages that are assigned to members or people in the community. We work with the member and the family to provide services to meet their needs and goals, to remain living confidently at home and remain connected socially to their communities as well.
And how many clients are you responsible for in your role as a relationship manager?
Around 40.
Okay. Now you're an enrolled nurse by profession, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And for how many years have you worked in aged care?
Approximately 10 years. Started out as a carer, then went on to enrolled nursing and moved on to relationship management.
And just out of interest, why did you seek to move from being a personal care worker to an enrolled nurse? What was the motivation for that?
Personal development. and the wish to try and help people as well to be as independent as they possibly can.
Yes.
Yeah.
And was that with ECH or was that with a different provider that you worked as a care worker and then as an enrolled nurse?
It was initially with ECH. I was a carer then while I was doing my enrolled nursing.
Yes.
And then ECH sold their nursing homes, their residential facilities in 2014 so that they could concentrate more on the community.
Yes.
But I still work in residential at the moment as well.
All right, thank you. And when you were working as an enrolled nurse, was Damien's father one of the residents that you were providing care for?
Yes, I was seeing George under ECH as an enrolled nurse in home.
Yes, thank you. Now, if I could go back to you, Mr. Harker, I'll ask you in a moment about an app that you've got, which is what we particularly want to focus on. But before I do that, was there a period of time between your father starting to receive the level 4 home care package and the app becoming available to you?
Yes, it was approximately 2 years with prior to that, yeah.
Right. So I want to ask you a bit about that period of 2 years. How often would you have seen your dad, say, in an average week during that period of time?
I'll personally probably be 3 times a week, and my brother would be visiting probably the same as well.
All right. And tell us a bit about the circumstances. Presumably some of them were just standard social calls when you popped in to see how your dad was and had a cup of tea,
Exactly.
or a beer or whatever. Were there other times, though, that you had to go in more sort of emergency type situations?
Yes, that's correct. So we've had a couple of times with my dad's dementia where he's left the house unknown, and I've received calls from police or ambulance or from the hospital to say that we have your dad in with us, and can you come and meet up and work through the issue.
Yeah. And from your point of view, how was that experience? How would you describe finding yourself in those situations?
Yeah, it's very unsettling, of course. Just concerned for my own dad's safety and well-being. We're sort of constantly worrying after that point when the first time it happened, but then it was from time to time it happened again. It was just not knowing what was actually going on in his home environment, whether or not he was home or whatever he was doing. So, very unsettling.
Putting those situations, those more extreme situations to one side, on a day-to-day basis, before you had access to this app, which I'll ask you about in a moment, were there other concerns that you had about your dad's welfare?
Yeah, so we just didn't know what was going on inside the house. Obviously, ECH were present twice a day, every day.
Yes.
But we were just unaware of what things were going on. As far as his eating habits, he's going to the toilet, having sleep. What's his sort of general patterns, his routines around the house. We just had really no idea. And because when we got there, unfortunately with his dementia, he was really unable to communicate succinctly what was going on, or whether or not he's actually had any issues for that period of time. So it was just the knowledge, the lack of knowledge we had was a little concerning.
Now, I should have asked you at the outset, does your father have any other health concerns other than the dementia and the normal process of ageing?
No, thankfully everything else is working quite well.
Okay. Now, if we can turn then to the app, the Commissioner's heard some evidence about the Billy app at a hearing in Melbourne last year. So Mr. Panto, who I think is ultimately your boss, Ms. Griggs, gave evidence about the investment in the app actually being related to the sale of the residential care business. That was the context in which he was asked about that. So from your point of view, Mr. Harker, can you give us a brief description of how it came about that this app became available to you? Who initiated that discussion and what were you told?
Yeah, so it was through the ECH care manager that George had at the time. They made contact with myself and my brother and let us know about this new technology and whether or not we'd be willing to trial it. And after reading through some of the brochures that were made available, we were very keen to have a go at it and see, if it could provide any sort of positive results for us.
And tell us a bit about it. What is it? How does it work?
Okay. Yeah, sure. So the app can work on an Android or a Apple device quite easily. Basically, there are a number of sensors throughout the house that are strategically placed. I think it's up to a number of 6 that are available. And those sensors are put in places where if you want some feedback from a particular area, i.e. the front door, or the fridge door, or areas that would lead into the bathroom facility. So these sensors are there taking data in as persons walk past them. They also can tell you the temperature in that location as well. So based on all these inputs, the Billy app has a number of routines that are set up on a per user basis, and that can give you some feedback about what is generally going on in the house for Dad.
Okay. Now the sensors, of course, are in your father's home, not your home. They're recording his movements around the house. Is that right?
That's right. So there's an internet connection within the house. These sensors feed into that, and then come back through the Billy app system.
All right. And is there any additional cost associated with the app over and above the package that your father is in receipt of?
No, it's all the costing is come through the level 4 program.
We'll see in a moment that there are certain parameters that are set within the technology. How were they? Was that something that there was consultation about with you between ECH and yourself about what information should be recorded?
Yes, there was. We spent a number of time with ECH person who was actually running that process at the time. Yep. So we had a meeting. They came down to the house. We all had a look around to see what sort of information from a family perspective would be interested in, and they provided some feedback to what generally some of the things that could be a good idea to use. So based on our input and their advice, we came up with what we have today.
All right. Now, picture, of course, is worth 1,000 words. So you've been kind enough to give us some screenshots from your phone which help illustrate the technology. Perhaps if the first of those could be put up on the screen. It's dated Sunday the 8th of March 2020. I'm hoping you can still hear me, Mr. Harker. Yep, there you are in the corner. Thank you.
Yep.
Can you see that screenshot, Sunday 8 March 2020?
Yes, I can.
And can you talk us through that, please?
Sure. So as part of as I mentioned before, as part of the 5 routines that are set up, which we'll see in another screenshot, this picture shows a history of those routines. And one of them in particular you can see is the fact that my dad left the house at 2:09 p.m. and returned 2 hours 15 minutes later. Now this was thankfully a scheduled outing with myself. We took him out shopping, but that's the sort of feedback we can get if that was an unscheduled exit from the house, which we would be notified to say that that's not quite right.
And thank you. If we look at the top of the screen, we see home by 6 p.m. and then a tick. Is that a parameter that was resulted from those discussions that you had? That is, you wanted to know whether your dad on any given day was home by 6? Yes.
So all of those things we worked through with the ECH at the time.
Yes.
And they are based on those 5 routines that you'll see shortly on the other screenshots.
All right. Perhaps we can go to the second screen, Sunday the 15th of March 2020. So that's the following Sunday, and if we can see the third of those sitting in lounge room. There's a sensor in the lounge room that identifies whether or not he has spent any time in that room. Is that right?
That's correct. That's his general location throughout the day.
Yes.
So we see if that's occurred at any given time.
All right. And the bottom of that screen, eat breakfast, occurred at 11:46. Always nice to have a sleep in on a Sunday.
Yes. So basically, there is a sensor on the fridge. So when the door is opened in the morning, obviously he had a bit of sleep in this day. We can educate or see that it's likely he's has something to eat in the morning.
All right. If we can go to the third screen, please. Third screenshot. And at the top of the screen there, we see 1 minute ago living area. Do we understand that to be a real-time information that you're getting about where your father is at any point in time?
That's correct. So it tells me that yes, he's in the living area. The last recorded sensor change was 1 minute ago, and you can see the current temperature in that room, 25 degrees, which is enormously helpful, especially on hot Adelaide days, that we at least know he's got the air conditioning on.
Yes. Okay. And is there anything else on that page in particular that you draw our attention to?
So this is from the bottom left-hand corner. You can just see the routine.
Yes.
So these are the 5 routines that are set
I see.
in place. You can only see 4 of those, unfortunately, in this screenshot. But they're the ones that get tracked every day to see how he's going.
And what do you know offhand what the fifth one is?
The other one is home by 6 p.m.
All right.
That's not shown.
We saw that earlier.
That's right. Yes.
Yep. And then if we can go to the fourth screen, please. So at the top of the page there, we see a little toilet symbol, and then it says less than 2 times per night is ideal. George is averaging 8 bathroom visits per night. So that's information based on the sensor that presumably is outside the toilet. Is that right?
That's right. So it's just on the entry to the toilet area. So if for some reason George is visiting the toilet too much or not enough,
yes,
we can get some feedback to understand there's a potential issue in the area.
I might bring you in there, Denise, if I could, please. What from your point of view, might that information be suggesting?
With George going to the bathroom 8 times a night,
Yes.
if that's a normal pattern for George, then that would be okay. But if he normally goes less than 2, but he's averaging 8 bathroom visits that night, then we would be having a discussion with the family regarding that and possibly looking at getting a urine sample from George and testing that.
What, because
that's outside a parameter or what's normal, a normal pattern for George, and it could be very indicative of a urinary tract infection if someone's going to the bathroom 8 times a night.
Thank you. Now, just extrapolating from that, from your point of view, I know you're not George's care manager at the moment. That's a role performed by someone else at ECH, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Can you assist us with what access that care manager would have to this sort of data? What's the relationship there?
So we can pull through reports every morning on different systems, and relationship managers will oversee the billing. So we can have a look at all of our clients in the morning and just have a run through and see if there are any activities outside of normal parameters. And then we could contact the family and let them know that we've noticed that there is an anomaly, and just have a discussion with them about it. There may be a reason behind it that the family are aware of that we're not, and we would document that. Otherwise, we can have a discussion with them about any follow-ups that we think might be appropriate at that time.
Thank you. Damien, how often do you personally meet the ECH care manager?
There'd be a scheduled, probably quarterly meeting. We'd get together to discuss
Yes.
any issues.
And what about between times? Presumably you can pick up the phone or email the care manager. Have you ever had cause to see something on the app and think it's worth having a conversation or a discussion with the care manager about it?
There's lots of conversations that go on.
Yes.
We've had, sometimes some technical issues with a particular sensor.
Yes.
And maybe providing unclear feedback. So I'd ring up my care manager, and she would work through that to get it sorted out. As far as George's health, we haven't at this stage needed to go down that track, which has been good.
Yes. But presumably that's something that that you might want to avail yourself of at some point. In other words, if you saw something particularly unusual, it would be easy enough to pick up the phone or shoot an email through to ECH, just drawing that to their attention.
Absolutely, yes.
I want to ask you a little bit about the implications of this technology for both your father, George, and for yourself and your brother. Would you like to tell the Commissioners what your experience has been, how it's impacted on your relationship with your father and generally the care experience?
Yes, it's been a fantastic ability for us to see what's going on within, make sure Dad's well-being is being looked after. We've got a lot more information available to us. We can pick up that app at any time throughout the day or the night and get some actual feedback into what's going on in the house in respect to George's well-being. My brother is of the same opinion to me that we've now using this app on such a daily basis or hourly basis, if you want to call it that. We'd almost be a little bit lost without it these days. It's just provided so much assistance to us and peace of mind that we feel like we can better manage Dad's healthcare.
Mr. Panter, when he gave evidence last year about this, told us that one of the positive spin-offs is that there was less need for nagging by children of their elderly family members. I'm not suggesting that you would have been a nagger, Mr. Harker, but does that ring true for you, that because you know more about what's going on, you don't have to be constantly at your dad about doing certain things or making sure he doesn't leave the house at inappropriate times or whatever?
Yeah. So it's interesting with my dad because his dementia is reasonably significant that he's not expressively aware that the system is in place. But between my brother and I, as there's a lot less questions that we have to roll around in our head to think about what is potentially going on. So it's been extremely helpful for us.
A lot of the evidence before the Royal Commission, Mr. Harker, describes a pattern where people might get some assistance at home, elderly people might get some assistance at home, but then get to a point where they need more care, often associated with increasing dementia and the sorts of things you've described, and then the families often have no choice but to move their relatives into residential care, even though they might not particularly want to do that. Has this technology had an effect on that in relation to your family? In other words, were you considering moving your dad into residential care because of him leaving the home and concerns about his safety before you got the app?
Yes, that's correct, Peter. My brother and I had conversations about this because we're all, very concerned about him wandering the streets at all sorts of times and hours. And it was an absolute definite conversation we had. And with the ability with this app now to give us that feedback, it just makes it more understanding that we can have Dad stay at home confident, or relatively confident, that he's not in any danger.
And Denise, is that your general experience? Those 40 clients of yours, how many of those would be using the app?
Approximately 10 at the moment.
Yes.
Are using it, and I've had really positive feedback from family members to say how wonderful they think that this is, that they don't have to worry as much, they can be at work and they can have a look at their app on their phone and they know that mum or dad has gotten up for the day, that they're moving around, that they've opened the fridge, and that they're doing things that were set up within normal daily activities for their parents.
And do other people have different parameters? In other words, are they interested in information that's different to the information that Damien has described?
Yeah, so there are 6 sensors in the home, and we work in consultation with the families to work out what they feel is the best use of those 6 sensors. So it may be that they might want one in the bedroom, or there might be a place that mum or dad store their or have their medications, and there might be a sensor there, and then that will alert the families to know that that sensor has been activated at certain times of the day. So mum or dad have had their medications, or they've opened the fridge, or they like the temperature setting as well. A lot of my members live in the Adelaide Hills and they live quite remotely. So families are very happy to know that there is temperature control in the home, so they can always ring their parents and just say, Dad, it's looking very warm in this room. Have you got your air conditioner on? Things like that.
And have you had any experience, Denise, of families who, when offered the app, rejected it because of concerns perhaps about privacy or an unwelcome sense that the elderly people are being watched all the time? Is that an issue that's arisen with any of your clients?
It has with a couple of my clients. So some families like the idea of having the Billy system installed for their parents, but I'm finding that some of my elderly members that still have reasonable cognition feel that it's an invasion of their privacy, and that they feel that they're still a parent, not a child. So while the system works well for some people, for others they don't like their privacy invaded.
And just finally back to you, Damien, if I could. Obviously the app can't prevent your father from leaving the house. So does he still leave from time to time other than on outings and so on with you?
Yes, unfortunately he does. He may go what he thinks is to check that the bins are out, or go to get mail and inadvertently close the front door behind him.
Yes. With
no key access to get back in. That's occurred on a number of times, and we see that. We see that he's left the house unscheduled. He also has access to a GPS pendant, which is essentially a mobile phone around his neck. We can use that device to call him and to check to see if he's okay. And unfortunately, one of the problems is then we just need to get someone to the house to get him back into the house. So that would quite often mean that either my brother or myself would have to leave work to come home and let him in, unless ECH or a scheduled visit were nearby.
Is there any possibility of some remote ability to unlock the front door if your dad found himself trapped outside? Is that something you've explored? Yes,
the current technology, as far as the Billy app, is not there, but from my own investigations, there is a lot of products on the market these days with smart home type devices.
Yes.
One of those is a Wi-Fi access door lock. So I've had good discussions with my brother about the ability for us to simply just allow get that on contact with him through the GPS pendant, get him to go to the door, and we can just simply unlock it and then lock it again remotely.
And one final question for you, Denise. Do you know if there are any plans to augment this technology or improve it in any way in the foreseeable future?
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't work in the IT department or with business operations, so it's not to say that that won't occur in the future, because technology is always improving and changing.
Yes, all right, thank you. Commissioners, they're the questions that I have for these two witnesses.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to both of you. I must say it was very interesting to hear both the existence of the technology and the issues around them. And we're grateful that you've given up your time to tell us, and particularly the personal details of your dad. It's difficult to perhaps expose publicly, but it's great that you've done it from our point of view. It's been very, very informative. So thank you both very much.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. If Mr Harker and Ms Griggs could be released, or I don't think they're on summons actually, so I think we're having a break for morning tea now. I think.
Thank you. Well, if I do need to release you, you're released. If I don't need to release you, you may go in any event, and we'll have a short break now to reconfigure the room. Thank you.
Please.
All stand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please be seated.
Commissioners, I call Professor Sue Gordon, Ms Janine Buckley, Dr Tanya Petrovic and Daniela Greenwood. Madam Associate, could you please swear the witnesses in?
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give will be the truth,
that the evidence I shall give will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and nothing but the truth.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and confirm
that the evidence I shall give will be the truth,
that the evidence I give shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and confirm
that the evidence I shall give will be the truth,
that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but
and
the
nothing but the truth.
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Ms Hill.
Good morning, Ms Greenwood, Dr Petrovic, Ms Buckley and Professor Gordon. Starting with you, Dr Petrovic, could I ask you to briefly introduce yourself and your professional experience to the Royal Commission?
So I am the Business Innovation Manager for the Centre for Dementia Learning at Dementia Australia. We provide dementia education to aged care workers, nurses and allied health. My role in particular is to develop new products to improve our service delivery. I have a PhD in genetics, also a graduate diploma in education. I've worked in the education sector for over 30 years and for the last 11 years in aged care.
Turning to you, Ms Buckley.
I'm Janine Buckley. I'm the CEO of Ferris Care. I've been the CEO of Ferris Care for 20 years this year. I've been 28 years in the health and aged care sector. Before that, I was in health business management with Queensland Health, and then with Blue Care, a large aged care organisation in Queensland. My qualifications is in business. I'm a fellow CPA. I'm a board member of the Aged Care Industry IT Council, and I'm also on Bond University's Healthcare Innovations Advisory Board.
Ms Greenwood.
I'm Daniela Greenwood. I currently work as a consultant in aged care in Australia and Canada and the USA. My experience in aged care over the last 15 years was firstly as a volunteer, and then as a personal care worker, and then as a lifestyle coordinator, and then national dementia strategy manager, and then strategy and innovation manager most recently for ARCare for about 5 years. My degree that I did at that time was in leisure and health, so therapeutic recreation, and I've recently graduated with a Bachelor of Arts First Class Honours, and my dissertation looked at human rights as a model of practice for residential aged care in Australia.
Professor Gordon.
Good morning, everybody. I commenced my professional life as a physiotherapist with over 20 years of clinical experience, mainly in rural and remote areas. I then went into an academic role, and so I've been conducting research for over 15 years. My current role is a co-funded position between Flinders University and ACH Group, who are an aged care provider here in South Australia, so I live half my life in both worlds. Of particular relevance to today, I do a lot of work with the Flinders Digital Health Research Centre, and I'm a chief investigator with the Australian Research Council Digital Enhanced Living Hub. Thank you.
Ms Buckley, from your vantage point as the CEO of an approved provider, what is the role of technology and the approved provider?
Technology has become one of the most, the foundation of our service delivery models. Technology we use not only in the way that we operate and coordinate services, we use technology, we put in the hands of our staff to be able to effectively
provide the services and the care that they need to. And increasingly, we're using technology, putting the technology in the hands of our clients and in their homes. So it really has been the foundation of our innovation, but it's also the future. And we are living in the 21st century, so it plays such an important role in everything that we do in our business, to be honest.
Professor Gordon, what do you observe as the role of technology for the older person?
I think there are so many aspects to it in terms of communication assistive devices. And I think talking about technology, just one part of it actually misses the whole picture. But it's massive in terms of what it can do for improving aged care.
Bearing those responses in mind, Dr. Petrovic, where does dementia and Dementia Australia's work fit into how technology is being used?
So, look, from our point of view, technology is an enabler. So it's a tool that we can improve outcomes with. So when we look at the breadth of aged care, so we look at the 8 standards, for example, each of them can benefit from a technology solution. But it's always there to support the outcome, which is a better quality of life for people. So, from our point of view, it's a wonderful tool, but it's always about improving quality of care. It's not technology for technology's sake, it's for improving the quality of care and quality of life.
Ms Greenwood, for the workforce who is delivering care, where does technology fit in from your perspective?
I think there's confusion as to what technology is and what it isn't. So a lot of times I'll go to conferences or I'll hear amazing ideas for the latest wearable technology or smart, and I'm specifically thinking about residential aged care now because I work with those workers a lot. So we're thinking electronic care plans, but when it's the real world of residential aged care, transferring that to practice is something that isn't as easy or as easy as it maybe sounds at the board level in terms of staff time, staff training around being able to use that technology. And I think that there's a bit of a disconnect between the real day-to-day practice in aged care and this idea that it's definite that technology will save staff time. Is there evidence for that?
Ms Buckley, how do you use technology on the floor of your residential aged care facilities?
So we have very little technology in the day-to-day operations of our residential villages. We have 3 small villages. So Ferris cares for approximately 8,000 seniors, and majority of those are in their homes. 174 in 3 small residential villages: a 40-bed, a 64-bed, and a 70-bed village. They have very little. They have a client management system, but generally they are not using technology. They are still writing care notes in traditional systems. Of course, they've got call bells, and they use technology for when they're getting educated. But generally, on the floor, they don't, and that's very different to our community-based services. And I guess the difference is that they are so busy every day just wanting to provide, so busy and focused on providing the care they need for the residents. They don't have a lot of other time to really want to engage with technology. It's been a difficult process for us when it has come to motivating managers and staff to really engage with technology in residential.
And how do you undertake that level of engagement, Ms Buckley?
So I guess it's really, when it comes to the implementation of technology in residential care, it really has been, really getting the managers behind the implementation of technology. And as I said, funding is very tight, and they are just focused on getting through their day at the moment. So it is not something that they really engage with, which has been quite a different story to our community-based programs.
And what's the different story in the community-based programs?
Well, with the community-based programs, when I started at Ferris Care, we had 25 clients and community clients in one small locality, and we set ourselves a vision to grow our services. And so this is back now 15 years ago, and so technology was the tools that we put in the staff's hands way back at the beginning of our growth. And so it's been a part of the development of our community care programs over a number of years. And so it's just something that our staff have been used to, and it has evolved, and we have invested in, and they have engaged in that. And so it's just been a very different journey than it has in our residential facilities.
Professor Gordon, what do you observe as ways in which the use of technology can be encouraged or incentivised?
Encouraged and incentivised by the organisations providing care.
By the organisations providing care.
It has to be a value proposition that improves efficiency, improves effectiveness, but overall improves quality of care. I think coming back to the standards, that technology really needs to be embedded in those standards to actually achieve the outcomes that are needed. Thinking of technology as a separate thing is not going to work. So I think going back to the standards, identifying where there's the best evidence that technology can improve outcomes and align with those standards would be something that would incentivise the aged care providers to incorporate it. The thing, of course, is always going to be money. We're talking about a sector where 51% of aged care providers are in the red. So there needs to be support to basically incorporate anything.
We asked the panel to consider, Professor Gordon, whether a aged care quality standard that recognised technology in and of itself would be something that could encourage or incentivise the uptake and the use of technology in aged care. What's your view of that?
My view would be that technology is, as I think Tanya said, an enabler and a facilitator. Technology of itself is not going to improve the care. It's how it's embedded in the delivery of services. And it's about a value proposition for the aged care worker to implement it, and also for the consumer to take it up. So it's quite a complex thing. I would be looking to embed best practice technology to support the attainment of those other 8 aged care standards.
Dr. Petrovic, do you agree?
I think so, absolutely, yes. And just another point, when we're speaking about people living with dementia, obviously technology has limitations. I was just reflecting when Mr. Harker was speaking earlier. Whilst we can say that he was talking about his father going to the fridge, so the technology was letting him know that his father had gone to the fridge, that doesn't mean that his father actually ate a meal. So there are limitations, particularly with dementia, that we need to consider. So the technology can only say so much. It can tell us where they've been, but it doesn't tell us, have they taken their medication, have they actually had a meal, have they actually met all their requirements that day. So, yeah, we just need to consider that. And also the fact that dementia changes on a daily basis. A person can have a good day and a bad day, and the disease is progressive as well. So what's working today may not work in a month's time.
Is there a way then, Dr. Petrovic, to balance the benefits that we heard from Mr. Harker's father's experience with the very real life considerations of someone with dementia where the situation is changing day to day?
Sorry, what
is there a way to balance the concern around the shortfalls of technology and dementia?
I think we just need to be aware that the technology it might alert us to something that has happened, but it doesn't confirm that things have been done to a certain level or a certain standard. So it can assist, without a doubt. Obviously, if his father and many people do want to live at home, so if we can assist people to live at home, absolutely, I agree. But we do need to have the other supports around that. It doesn't take away from the need for genuine, human-to-human care.
Ms. Green, would you like to respond to some of the observations that have been made?
Your first point around incentivising the use of technology, I think that's been tried in the past, and I'm not sure if it was evaluated. I think there was $1,000 given per bed, and there's been lots of incentives for using telehealth and all these sorts of things, but I've never heard of an evaluation done of any of those projects or how they worked out. And being in the world, the main thing I'm hearing is the difference between home care, our true north, is people staying at home. When we're talking about aged care, it does change. Now we're talking efficiencies and quality of care and someone's understanding of what quality of care means. And I think they're two very different propositions. Once you're in residential aged care, the use of technology does have a different meaning, and it is linked to efficiencies in the market, and it can then tend to shape care in the real world. If it's created for efficiencies and to maximise funding, it does actually shape behaviour, staff practice. So those things are maybe one of the unintended consequences, and why technology may not have taken off when maybe it's in place because of poor design or because people aren't consistently with the same people.
And bearing that in mind as an unintended consequence, Ms Greenwood, what are the lessons for the Royal Commission in factoring in how technology can be used, can be supported in a residential setting?
That's the piece that I see missing is developers, they work to create something and they don't spend enough investment in the person who'll end up using this. No matter how good your development or your technology sounds, it's mostly going to be a personal support worker who's putting that information in. And often these technologies wouldn't pass muster in any other industry. They're not user-friendly. The device that if it's something like care planning or there's not enough training for staff, but there's not enough consideration at that development point as to how that front-end user will experience that technology, especially when it's to do with putting data in and answering call bells. And I mean, we've had sensor mats for over 20 years and still staff have difficulty attaching those to the phone and then answering it. So I think getting back to basics there and making sure that the person using it has the training and support and that the development is respectful to that front-end user, to the person putting the data in.
Dr Petrovic, Dementia Australia develops technology for use in residential aged care facilities for use by the workforce. Bearing in mind those observations of Ms Greenwood, what factors or what are the guiding principles of Dementia Australia in the development of technology?
I think number one is that we do co-design, so working with the end user is absolutely paramount. So whatever the product is to be, or the problem that we are setting out to provide a solution to, it must be co-designed with the user. That's without a doubt. And I've actually seen some really great developments happening outside of our field. Also, the person-centred software, for example, in terms of note-taking. I think there's some real movements in understanding what the end user needs and understanding the industry has a lot of PCAs or personal care workers who have come from a non-English speaking background, and having this person-centred software which uses icons for people to put care notes in, that's actually addressing the need. There is an issue with note-taking and having good English or an ability to write English, so we've overcome that with this type of software. So there's lots of examples, I think, where that's still possible. Not that it's happened, but it's possible to look at the solutions where you could do that.
Professor Gordon, could I ask you to respond to what's been said in respect of your role and the active role that co-design plays in your work?
It can't be underestimated. Without having co-design, you're not actually going to address the real problems. But it goes beyond co-design. It has to then be co-production, and it has to be co-implementation, and it has to be evaluated as a partnership as well. So sometimes groups will get the co-design right, but then they don't actually follow through. It's a quality cycle the whole way through. Has the technology that we've developed actually answered the problem, addressed the issue? So it's not just at the get-go. This is a long-term relationship that you need to really implement technology effectively to get the outcomes you want.
Ms Buckley, with the technology that Pharos has developed and been using over the years, has it answered that question that Professor Gordon described? And how did you go about identifying what the question was?
So that's a very good point. How did we identify even what innovation or technology we wanted to use in the first place? And certainly in the last 4 years, Ferris has got very good at this, and our priorities in relation to technology has actually come from the priorities given by our clients. So we did quite a large project with our clients and developed a journey map, sitting in their homes, this is in the community, understanding what they liked about our services, what they didn't like about our services, what they wished that they could achieve in life, what was their frustrations. And from this journey map, we identified a number of areas of improvement that Ferris needed to look at in relation to our service delivery, as well as some of the products and services that the clients were wanting. And that's what we created. From that we created our roadmap of innovation. What has come from that is that it would not be unusual for me to turn around at my desk and see a family member sitting with our development team looking at wireframes for the client portal that they're developing, or they're in a little workshop together talking about the virtual social centre and what's not working and what is working. It would also having ongoing panels of participants, again, for the virtual social centre every week or month or fortnight, feeding back. So they absolutely play a role in actually even prioritising our innovation, helping us design the innovation, then telling us whether we've got it right or wrong. And so it's just now been a part of how we work, and we've got much better at that as an organisation, and do that for both staff innovation as well as client innovation. It takes a lot of resources, but their benefit is that you get the products that the client wants.
What motivated Ferris, Ms Buckley, to take this approach at the get-go?
I guess it was, so we never did that well years ago. What we would do is, and I think we have to be careful with research, is technology being imposed on us, as in this is a great idea, let's try this for our client. And that was probably what we started, that was our journey initially, but it was really when we were leading into the changes in our home care in February 17 that a year before that, we said, really, are we positioned well for this? We need to listen to our clients. And it was to go into the client's home and listen to what they had to say about our services was very confronting, because we thought we were doing a good job, and we realised that there was a number of things as a provider we had to do differently. And I even went in one situation, undercover CEO, and sat for 2 hours and listened to the stories, and I really then understood that if we do not work with our clients, then they will not stay with us, that we need to absolutely listen to them. And it is now a very big, like I said, a very big part of what we do. It's very important to us.
Looking at the role of technology in the ability of technology to provide social support and connection of the older person to the community, of maintaining quality of life, of maintaining independence of the older person. Starting with you, Ms Greenwood, from your perspective, what are the questions that we need to be asking ourselves around the use of technology in aged care?
And I keep going back to the area that I know the best and have most experience in and work in, and that would be residential aged care, and specifically with residents who are no longer using words, a lot of them, to express what those preferences are. So understandings of things like co-design have completely different meanings. And so do technologies, which become less about maintaining my independence and my freedom and a little bit more about surveillance and paternalism. So my thought for those vulnerable resident citizens who are often just disregarded, as it's too hard to find out whether they want this in their lives or how this will affect their lives. And as Tanya said, making sure that this technology does not take the place of human contact, because that is a breach of human rights, if that is what you're aiming for in terms of vulnerable people. So my focus would be on the large percentage of people living in the later stages of dementia in residential aged care, for whom co-design, for whom engagement with technology, aside from a few different apps there, human contact is what makes a difference in those people's lives. So surveillance, where they get is becoming a concern for people to be thinking about, less on what people can use and more about what they want in their lives. And who makes that decision?
And how does that then what does that mean for the role of assistive technology in the care that an older person receives in that setting?
Well, assistive technology, again, I haven't seen enough of the evidence around, and it's weird that it's been around so long and we're still having this conversation around what are the outcomes of the use of technology in this space for vulnerable people, particularly people living in residential aged care who cannot speak for themselves. So what are we calling success?
Professor Gordon, do you consider that there should be contemplation of whether an older person receives particular technological supports as part of their assessment and ongoing care planning?
Absolutely. I think the opportunities for technology to improve the quality of care and the outcomes of care are massive. I think too we need to be thinking about who the next generation of people coming into care are going to be. So 80-year-olds are not digital natives, our 70-year-olds are. And so there's one of the big barriers is actually the digital literacy of consumers and also the digital literacy of the workforce. So unless that's addressed, you're not going to get the uptake of the technology, and unless there's a value proposition for them that they can see, it's not going to happen. So they're parts of the jigsaw. But I do believe that it should be part of the assessment. What is there in technology that can actually assist this person to have a better life? Technology is part of our everyday life. We recently did a focus group with older people in one of our council areas, and it was quite interesting. We asked them if they were using apps, how digitally savvy were they, and they said, "Oh no, we don't use apps." And then we said, "How do you do your banking?" "Oh well, we do it on the phone." So there's also a need for them to understand what technology we're really talking about when we talk about digital technologies and the different types of technologies. So there's an awful lot of education that's needed and an awful lot of training around digital literacy as well, and training to use those assistive technologies. They're scared of them.
Would you like to respond, Ms. Buckley?
Oh, I think they're hungry to learn. We're very fortunate to have been funded for 3 small innovation grants under the Commonwealth Home Support Program, and one of them, and this stemmed from feedback from our clients when we visited them on a couple of other projects that they've got technology they don't know how to use, and we're in the middle of a pilot at the moment, and it's called Let's Get Technical, which is what the clients want to call it, and it is where we go into a client's home one-on-one, 5 to 10 visits over a period of time, and they set some goals about what they want to learn about internet life or using technology. And so we're in the middle of the pilot. We have 50 participants who've been onboarded. The average age is 82. 43% of them live alone, and they're not setting 3 goals on average, they're setting 7 goals. They want to learn more about how do you turn this phone on, how can I send a message, how can I send an email, how do I get onto MyGov, how do I bank, how do I shop, how can I talk with my family. I've got comments where they're just going, please don't stop this program. And we were overwhelmed by the number of people that we sent out to try and find 100 people to participate, and we're overwhelmed and now trying to set expectations about how we could help a lot more people. They're absolutely keen to learn. Absolutely.
Can I ask you this question? Not necessarily you, Ms. Buckley, but you may well want to be the first to pipe up. So I'm getting the message, I think, pretty clearly. Technology can be useful, isn't always, has its limitations. Sometimes good ideas don't get picked up, can't get picked up, and there are all sorts of problems. What do you think we should do?
I think, so it's probably, we mentioned a standard earlier. I think that is definitely what we need to do in the future, but imposing a standard at the moment is probably not the first step. I think we need to understand first the digital maturity of the sector, understand with all the service providers that are providing support and care, how mature are they? Are they still using paper? Where are they at? Then we need to understand the digital literacy of our staff, and from that we set ourselves a vision and a strategy on how we're going to improve the industry's capacity or confidence in using technology, and do a little bit of a roadmap working out how we're going to fund that. And that is not just one-off grants. We need to make sure the funding model and the pricing model of all aged care services allows an organisation to invest in technology and to invest in quality. And we were lucky as an organisation in that, that our board has supported us to use reserves to build our technology capability. We still have some work to do in residential care in relation to client management systems. But if you ask me today, could I afford to invest this amount of money? If I had to start today, my answer would be no. That the funding models at the moment and the pricing models of care does not allow us to innovate. So I think it's a bigger industry. We're going to need to take a bigger industry view and then set ourselves a strategy.
I was going to suggest one thing you could do immediately is ban nurses' stations in aged care. I think there's...
That'll go down well.
I just think there's a mindset there that is just not open enough to innovation, and there are lots of solutions currently that you could use so that you do not need a nurses' station, and there are some providers who are actually going that way already. But I think that the industry as a whole, in general, is risk averse and is not open to innovation in residential aged care. Interestingly, you mentioned, in home and community care is actually your area of greatest innovation, but residential aged care not so. They need to be encouraged to be more innovative. I understand there's monetary constraints, but actually I think there are things that can be implemented now that would make a significant difference to aged care, and it doesn't require a lot of money.
Can I chip in? There's been an awful lot of money that's been spent on small research projects, in-house ones, in many aged care providers. And even some of the rounds that we currently have, the CHSP grants that Janine was talking to, we've got one going as well, but it's for 30 packages for $2,000 worth of technology to go into people's homes, and it will be well evaluated. But so I guess what I'm saying is that we need to actually bring together all the information that we have. You have competing businesses who have done evaluations internally. You have internal small amounts being spent. Externally, you have some funding. But when we go for funding, we're often up against, rat lab-based research for vaccinations, which means that we're way, way down the pecking order. So some prioritisation around how the funding is actually provided. And as an example of that, about 3 years ago, Flinders led a CRC around ageing. We got to the last 6 in the country, which we were pretty pleased about, but we missed out. And one of the main reasons we missed out was that we didn't have enough industry money to support what we wanted to do, because the industry that we work with is not rich. And we were up against energy and transport companies. They were our competitors for a CRC. Clearly the value of a CRC about ageing has much more social value, and I think, it's partly why we're here today. So I think we need to take a look at all of the research, bring it together. We then need the industry to really lead what the priorities are, and then we do need some solid money that sits behind doing some decent evaluations of scalable and sustainable interventions.
So there'll be... sorry, Ms Greenwood, you may wish to say something, but I thought that you... Anyway, if you do, please do. But I'm just going to, as a follow-up to that answer, ask... So we can probably assume that the industry will always have an internal incentive to do something, either because, they see an obstacle there that they want to get rid of, or because they can see how they can do something more efficiently or cheaply, or whatever the incentive is. And the bigger money for research is difficult for, amongst others, the reason that you've indicated. Is a solution for us to recommend the establishment of some research body or think tank Is that a desirable thing or not a desirable thing?
I think it's a desirable thing to bring industry together with the technology industry, the aged care sector, the researchers, to bring them together so that we really can identify the priorities that run across the whole aged care sector, remembering we've got residential, we've got community, we've got very small organisations, and then we have very large organisations. But some of the problems are common across those areas.
And do you have some view about what that would look like? Would it be another government department? Would it be an offshoot of the ACRC granting arrangement, or do we give the task to Ms Buckley to look after, because she's got form in this area?
I think a model like a CRC will work, but our CRCs are funded for different priorities, would be how I would describe it currently.
Could I, sorry.
I was just going to ask whether there were any other comments I wanted to make, but by all means, Owen.
Thanks, Commissioner. Going back to what Ms Buckley said, we need a standard. Agreed, we need a standard because technology needs to develop around a standard. We need to understand the digital maturity of the sector. We could do a lot of research on that, but fundamentally I think we all know that the digital maturity of the sector is patchy at best. So we should acknowledge that. But we understand as well that a lot of people use devices as part of their everyday life, and that Australians take up technology at a faster rate than just about any other country in the world. So we've got a receptive population. So we could start with that basis. Then we need to understand the digital literacy of our staff. Absolutely. It's pretty fundamental, because then you've got to design systems that, or applications that, or software, whatever you want to call it, that work with their, in ways that are attractive and useful for them to work with. And, you know, I picked up the views about co-design. I couldn't agree more. And I also picked up the issue about funding. People just feel short of funding to be able to do this. So my question is, I think all of those things are solvable. So much of this is a cultural issue, and it's a motivational and leadership issue. We heard from Ms Petrovic about get rid of the nurses' stations, force people on their feet. Well, hospitals these days are using technology all of the time. It's a fundamental piece of equipment. Why is it that nurses in nursing homes or personal care workers in nursing homes don't see this as a fundamental piece of your tools to do your job, in the same way that they would see taking your temperature or recording what medication somebody has had? I don't know that I can answer that question, but Janine might be better to answer that. But part of the issue is the personal care workers don't feel comfortable. We actually did an evaluation recently, and we asked them about computers, and they thought, oh no, don't want a computer, I can't work a computer, don't show me something new, I don't want to know. But when we asked them about their mobile phones, they were using WhatsApp, they were using Facebook, they were, you know, all over their phones. So we're actually developing some technology using their phone because that's what they're comfortable with. So I actually think it's very as you say, very solvable. You just need the piece of technology that they can use on the run. And there are some solutions coming through now, which I think will be really beneficial. But Janine, you probably... So, Ms Buckley, is the technology you use on a tablet or a phone, or what do they use? In
home care? Yes, so it's a number of those. So you can use the technology on, so for community care workers or staff, they can use a tablet, or they can use a mobile phone, or they can use a laptop, depending on their role and depending on their technology of choice. And so that's certainly on an app, yes. But there's also technology that we put in the homes of the clients as well that can inform us of information. And you saw a good example. There's other technology than the one that we saw this morning that can be used. And also a lot of medical devices that take vital signs that come back through to our virtual care team. So there's a range of technology that can be used. Does that answer your... question?
It does, and I want to take it further to the
Yes.
question that I think many of you, or the comment that many of you started with, about the only point of using technology is to, one of the points of using technology is to improve the quality of life and the outcomes for older people. Now, it seems to me if data can be electronically submitted, including information about the care that people are getting and so on, alerts can come through when, as we saw earlier on, there was a case of the elderly gentleman using the toilet 8 times in a night, which might have indicated an infection. So on. So it seems to me that if those feedback loops, which one of you talked about earlier, was delivered in the technology so that the personal care workers and the nursing staff and allied health people and indeed the managers could see how technology could be used to improve outcomes, that's an important part of the cultural reform.
Absolutely. An example maybe in our organisation, there's a lot of data that we can collect on a person, on a client now because of the technology that we use, as well as real-time information, real-time where a carer can be in the client's home, an incident can happen, they can let us know straight away or can provide information. We are, as an organisation, our focus this year is we have a virtual care team, which is nurses who sit in our contact centre. I think there's 6 of them on a roster of a day. And we are developing a single pane of glass so that information that is coming from different devices or information from the field is coming in so that they can have a very clear picture of what is happening in a client's home, better than we've ever been able to do before. And so we are only, we've been doing telehealth since 2009, but the technology is really coming of age, and I think this virtual model is something that we are very excited and think will be the future in providing that additional support that people need in the community because we're not in their homes every day.
Can I ask you another question? This is a bit sticky because I absolutely agree with what you've been saying. Sometimes there's a need for a bit of a nudge, meaning, well, Mum, have you thought about if we book our tickets for the movies online, we'll get a seat rather than going there and not getting a seat, right? Stuff like that. In the workforce, a bit of a nudge to do something that really should be done as a necessary part of improving the quality of care. Is that reasonable?
Absolutely.
Are you thinking in residential aged care?
Residential and home community care. I mean, I see the use of technology is absolutely fundamental in home and community care because of the dispersed, fragmented nature of the system. But ditto for residential care, where we're dealing with people with very high levels of complex needs and often quite serious cognitive disabilities. And if the employees aren't embracing the opportunity, then there needs to be a bit of a nudge to get them there. How do we do that?
Well, there are stops and balances. If you're working on the floor as a carer or a nurse, there is documentation that's an expectation. So if you don't do that, there's consequences in the real world. Whether or not your organisation is still using paper or one of the electronic care plans, and they do vary. Some are really user-friendly and some just aren't. So if the usability of that product and how it's been implemented in terms of change management is everything. I've been with organisations in the last year, 3 of them who've gone through the process of implementing new IT systems, and it is really stressful, and if they haven't allocated a budget toward the end for staff training, then that can be, you never get a second chance to implement that well. So how it's implemented and what product it is, in terms of staff practice, a lot of the things that I guess I'm still trying to understand exactly what even you mean when you're talking about technology in residential aged care. So is it kind of just record keeping that you're thinking of when something happens and then someone does it just in the residential aged care setting in terms of staff using it? Is that what you're referring to?
Look, I think record keeping is pretty important in terms of the context of the quality of care and recording the care delivered and providing data back into the centre. But we've heard numerous examples over our hearings about the opportunity for technologies to identify where people are, if they've fallen out of bed, all those sorts of things. And, you know, I can't list them all from memory, but I think it's way more than record keeping. Am I right, or am I?
Absolutely.
Engagement with families, you know, staff.
So just even to be able to monitor who's in greatest need at that moment. So, for example, there are systems in emergency services where you can actually triage, if you like, and it can work out who is the most important at that moment to be provided care with. You could have a similar system in aged care. You could have monitors and a system in place that could actually monitor who needs your attention at that time. Since we will always be, not sufficient funding and not sufficient staff, you could actually have a system that could help you with that sort of triage, if you like, of who's in greatest need at that time.
The Aged Care IT Council, I know that they had put in a submission, and a part of that submission, a group of CIOs had put together a list of technologies that one would expect to see in an aged care organisation. And I just wrote down, because I thought it was maybe of interest, is that they're suggesting that for a 500 aged care organisation with 500 employees, they're estimating $25 to $50 million spent of technology over 5 years. When you start to look at the systems you need to run your business to meet the quality standards, the technology you put in the hands of the clients and the staff, it is quite a significant investment. And if you look at training, we are three small residential aged care facilities, 180 staff. A 2-hour training session, just one training session, would certainly be around $10,000. So if you are already making losses and viability is an issue, just one training session is a lot to ask. And so I think we need to think about the understanding the true cost of operating an aged care business and make sure that funding is appropriate for them to be able to train and innovate and build capacity. I think it's an issue that needs to be looked at more clearly.
That's a really good point. When does the aged care industry realise it's a big industry? If you've got 200 staff, that's a big organisation, and we see many of these. There are many smaller than that, but these days, if you were running any other business, you'd be properly IT enabled.
Absolutely. Can I say that with our home care package experience, there has been, criticism from media, from consumers, from politicians, in relation to the administration charges of home care packages, and even charging a 10% administration fee is frowned upon or has been frowned upon. The true cost of operating a business requires more than 10% administration fee. For example, Deloitte had said that the average investment in business for technology is over 3%. An innovative organisation spends 7% of their income just on technology innovation. We couldn't possibly do that with a 10% admin fee. I think we need to understand that there's a cost to running a business, and the pricing needs to be much more mature, and it needs to acknowledge that we want to be an aged care industry that can be innovative, that meets standards, more than meets standards, and that we want to be innovative and provide a quality service, and that really does come at a price.
Ms Hill?
Professor Gordon, I'd like to ask you to respond to the remarks that have been made by the panel, but before I do, you mentioned earlier about a CRC. Could I ask you, for the benefit of the transcript, to spell out that acronym?
Cooperative Research Centre.
Thank you, Professor Gordon. Would you like to respond to those remarks?
That have just been made. There are a number of things that come to mind that have influenced where we find ourselves. We've come from a very task-focused culture that has been in response to the funding models that we have. that we, with the new aged care quality standards, are moving to a person-centred care approach, which I think we all applaud. And so basically now we're actually giving aged care workers permission to actually build relationships and spend time with the people they're providing care for, instead of putting them on a stopwatch and saying you've got half an hour to do a shower. And that's a good thing. So there are changes that will happen because of the new standards, which will be very, very positive. With that, I do think comes that opportunity to incorporate the technologies that we have. And the technologies that we have are massive. Most things that you can think of today, technology can help you to achieve. And it's a matter of harnessing the ones that are going to be most effective. One of the other things I think has been a problem is that we've had apps or technology assistance to do this bit and that bit and this bit. And there hasn't been a really good system that pulls it all together. I mean, we talk about interoperability, and that has been a real challenge for the sector. I think that's improving. And certainly some of the projects that I'm involved with, that Dementia Australia are involved with, the Australian Research Council, Digital Enhanced Living Hub, are looking at those areas. So I think we are moving forward with the standards, but we do need to capitalise on them, and this is the opportunity to capitalise on them. There's one other thing I'd just like to ask, and when we talk about standards, and we talk about standards for technology, I think we need to remember that the aged care provider is a consumer of the technology and passes it on. If you're going to be talking about standards, say to do with cybersecurity or privacy, or how the data is collected, where the central repository is for the data, these are actually bigger questions for the IT industry, I think. You cannot expect an aged care provider to take responsibility for those aspects of the digital technology they might use. I think that's perhaps another thing when we talk about standards. Where does the responsibility for different aspects of standards actually sit? I think that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
How do we bring it all together, Professor Gordon? Is it through a centralised body that Commissioner Pagoni referred to earlier?
I think that is the best way to go, because we've talked about the different levels of maturity of organisations, the different size of them, and I think we do need to get everybody in the room to figure out what the priorities really are. I think this Royal Commission will have certainly a good overview of what those priorities might be. But we need to bring the whole of industry on this journey of incorporating technology and improving care.
And who do you see should be taking leadership in this situation?
Can I ask you that question differently? I'm happy for you to answer that question in that form in a moment, but and it may be that it'll be the same answer, but where do you see technology in this sector coming from at the moment?
It's coming from a number of different places. You have got technology industry-driven products that are basically put under the noses of aged care providers. And I think this is where we have this mismatch of what the user actually wants and whether that's the aged care provider or the consumer. So we have that happening. We have independent. But we do have some areas where good co-design is actually happening. And we need to support those. I think certainly within the aged care sector, they do have their information technology group who have representatives from AXA and LASA, and Janine, in fact, sits on that committee. And in fact, Flinders University worked with them in 2017, we released the technology aged care roadmap to sit alongside the aged care roadmap. It was actually adopted with bipartisan government support, but it hasn't actually been implemented. When you go back to the recommendations about digital literacy of the workforce, digital literacy of consumers, co-design, co-production, it's all there. So I think actually going back to that document and taking it on board and looking at how we implement it across the whole sector would be a real positive step.
Well, I'll come back to Ms Hill's question again in a moment, but who might lead the research might end up reflecting the particular interest of the leaders. I've certainly been involved in a former capacity as a judge where the leaders of innovation had been various government departments, which resulted in something that judges were not likely to be using, to give you an example. And similarly, if you leave the research only to, or the leadership of the research to academics, you might get some really interesting stuff, but not necessarily things that are going to be picked up. Hence, Ms Hill's question, who should lead it?
Look, it has to be a partnership. I mean, it really has to be a partnership. And with the cooperative research centres, what you do is you get your industry partners, you get your academics, and your industry partners are from technology, they're from the aged care sector, and there'll be other sectors that we would need to have representation from, particularly advocacy groups like Dementia Australia. You need to have the consumer voice there. That's got to be central to it as well. So it's not actually going to be a simple thing of one particular person or group leading it. It needs to be a cooperative that actually solves these issues.
Isn't it also that it's got to be clear to the IT industry that the sector is open for business? I mean, we can all start within each of our organisations building our own pieces of technology, and invariably we fail because we're not experts at technology. They are. So the technology industry has to embrace the opportunity and engage with organisations like the Council or a CRC or whatever to actually make this stuff happen. And when they do that, it seems to happen pretty quickly in my experience. Yes or no? You're going to say that's right.
I feel there needs to be that the standards around that to guide the IT industry, because at the moment there is a lot of ideas out there and a lot of creative people and some cool app programmers, but they're developing technology that hasn't gone through a human rights lens. It actually hasn't considered what is okay to do in this space and what isn't. So you may have someone with a great idea. I'm going to create this great piece of technology so that family can log in and see mum's complete care during the day. And that sounds like a really good idea to me. And without thinking, well, wait a minute, we're actually going to ask the resident citizen of, there's rules around what people can see, what they can't see, how it's okay. But I'm really worried about that at the moment. I find out there it's a bit of an unintended consequence of since this commission has been in place, that there's a lot of language around. Most of the providers I speak to say, can you help us? We've got to find a way to connect families so that we're giving family lots of information unquestioned, whereas the resident citizen hasn't been asked if that. Even residents, I did a focus group with about 15 residents recently, and they said, well, what if we don't want people knowing our private stuff? And it's at the moment, unfortunately, I think technology is erring on the side of let's just let everybody know and keep everyone up to date about a citizen who may not want that discussed with others. So if we could, I think they need some principles and these are our not negotiables if you are going to build tech for, and this isn't including where they store it and all the safety around that. This is around privacy and human rights, and no one's looking at it. 3 different providers in Australia, and they're big, have said to me, we've got to find a way so that family can find out everything, whether the resident wants it or not. So when they change address, a lot of those powers of attorney and guardianship are just seen to kick in just because a citizen moves to... and I don't see the eye on that ball at the moment with the technology, including surveys. People are coming up with surveys that are winning awards and they're value-laden. They'll say, to get a good score, you have to say my family are called all the time and kept completely up to date with my care, whether I want to or not. Or, it might say, I'll get good, nutritious food. What if I like red wine and pizza? Or is that just me projecting? What I mean is they're value-laden around nutrition is good, and your family always knowing all your private information is good.
Red wine and pizza are very good.
Thank you. I so appreciate you. Thank you. Not if you move into aged care.
Ms Greenwood, how do you...
Sorry.
Please.
Sorry. I just wanted to add that I actually think government has a significant role to play in this because they need to provide the guidelines. This is a highly regulated industry. It's unlike other industries, so you need those government guidelines as to how this should be developed or should not be developed. And I think we had an example the other day of a provider who was using My Health records, and it was a really great example of how people obviously agreed that they could use My Health records. The provider was putting information in, the person ended up in hospital, all the information was in one place, and when they were discharged again, the information went back to the provider via My Health records. Unlike the normal circumstance where a piece of paper goes with the client, the family takes the discharge notes or something else happens and the papers are lost and the notes are lost.
I feel that I do think government plays a role. I think we need a shared vision and a strategy that that both industry and government agree on, and it's written and it's as strategies put in place so that we have grassroots, broader innovation happening from all providers have the opportunity to innovate, not one particular research group. I think we need an ecosystem of researchers who are supporting this groundswell of innovation. So we need to create the environment to allow aged care providers to innovate with their clients and their staff. If we really want to see a change, it's not going to happen from one body because we need all providers to be able to innovate. A piece of technology off the shelf that's already been developed comes into our service. There is so much work for a service provider to do to put that innovation in the hands of a client. We need to test it. We need to make sure we understand its limitations, the risks around the technology. Who does it apply? Who can it help? Who can't it help? Then we have to develop assessment tools and guidelines and training material. There's a lot of work involved in just one small piece of technology. So we need to be able to create the ecosystem for that for that technology to be evaluated. But then we need funding and systems to be able to allow providers to actually implement that innovation. It's not so simple.
What incentive is there, Ms Buckley, for FAROS to share the best practice approach that FAROS has developed with other providers of aged care, either in residential aged care or particularly in the community care setting?
I don't think that there is an incentive, but a aspiration for us to help the industry become a better industry. And so even with, I've mentioned 3 innovation grants, when we put those grants together, it was FAROS in the grants that said, we will get this evaluated, we will create toolboxes, and we will share that with the industry. That was something that was not required of us in the grant. It was something that we wanted to do, and thought that would be a very good thing for the industry if they learned from us, because we were given the grant to be able to develop this product and service, so we should share it with the industry. And so other than that, it's really just our, I guess, aspirations to make the industry a better, a more innovative and better place for our clients and older Australians to be able to be cared for.
And do you think that approved providers such as FAROS, when they receive a grant in respect of innovation, should be obligated to share the findings, the outcomes?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Can I perhaps just comment on that? Because I think this is a great missed opportunity, that there has been a lot of work done, internally, externally funded, but to actually find that information, it's almost impossible. Just as there has been, a lot of resources developed to train the workforce to help consumers use technology. And I think a great example of bringing all of the information together is there's a group called Care Search who have all of the information around palliative care. It's for consumers, it's for aged care providers, it's for the public. And it brings together all the research, it brings together the grey literature, it brings together the pilot studies that have been done. And I think we actually need a repository for aged care that is similar to that approach.
Dr Petrovic, Dementia Australia is involved significantly in the development of training tools and the use of technology for the workforce. How does the work that Dementia Australia is doing in that regard fit in with the evidence that we've heard this morning about the sheer cost of training the workforce?
We're actually addressing that right now. We're well aware of the cost of workers having time from their work being backfilled to be available for education. I still feel that the gold standard in education is to have face-to-face education, particularly when you're talking about person-centred care. However, considering those constraints, we're actually looking at how we get engaging online education. We know that the existing online education, and there's lots of it that's freely available, is actually not effective. We did a survey and we found that when we interviewed staff after 4 weeks and 8 weeks, they recalled very little of what they learnt online. However, we've used some new technology which we're currently working on, which is an artificially intelligent avatar, that they were able to recall the 5 key factors that they were supposed to recall, they recalled. And after 4 weeks and 8 weeks, and not only that, they talked about how they implemented that change. So it really is a challenge to come up with truly engaging education using all the tools that are available, all the technology that's available, but in really engaging ways, particularly for the workforce. I mean, we can develop education that we think they need, but no, it has to be the education that speaks to them. And one of the things that we heard a lot of was, don't give me that, in quotes, blah blah blah. Show me or give me the experience, and that's really what they want. So that's what we're working on. We're trying to give them an experience digitally.
And of those experiences that you've referred to, and also drawing on the immersive technology and the virtual reality technology that Dementia Australia incorporates as part of its training that's available, does Dementia Australia place restrictions on the use of that technology through intellectual property rights and considerations?
So yes, we are the only provider of that education in Australia, so yes, that's true. And part of that has been the investment that we've made in the development of that technology. I mean, the price we charge is actually, I think, quite minimal. And when I speak to providers, it's actually not the cost of delivery of the technology, it's actually the cost of workers being in that session to experience that virtual reality that's the issue. Yeah.
Professor Gordon, was there a response you'd like to make?
I absolutely agree with Tanya that it needs to be immersive. We've done some work with simulation and coaching to prevent or to equip aged care workers to prevent aggression in the aged care sector, which we know is one of the problems. And basically using that type of approach, 92% of the care workers said that it had helped them to stay in their current roles 6 months later. So, and they all felt safer in the workplace from having had coaching and simulation, and by that I mean high fidelity with actors, actually placing them in an aggressive event and actually getting them to practice their skills. And I think that is, so you can have the online education component that might prepare them for the simulation and for the coaching, but that model of education around preventing aggressive events was a pilot. It was small, but it was very effective.
Ms Greenwood, your other panels were given the opportunity to tell Commissioner Briggs and Commissioner Begoni what it was that they thought the commissioners should do. What would you like to take the opportunity to share with the Commission what you think could be done to address the broad issues that have been canvassed today?
Within the context of technology and innovation?
Yes.
Well, if you've got some other bright idea as well, now's an opportunity. But certainly in that context.
Thank you so much. I think it's vital to separate innovation and technology when we're talking aged care and residential aged care. And I think that what we've done to date hasn't worked. And again, I'm focusing on residential aged care. If you ask any Australian if they dread moving into a residential aged care home, most of them will tell you yes. There's something that we're doing that isn't right. I would separate innovation and technology, and I would really refocus on knowledge, innovation, and technologies, knowledge, technology. So starting from scratch, there seems to be a lot of band-aids, and when I first started, there was a thing called snoozlin rooms. Does anyone remember those? And all around the world, I go into each of these poor homes. These providers have invested lots of money in what used to be considered a great idea, and they're now being used as storerooms with, and that's almost across the board. Everyone I've visited, I think anyone who's had experience will agree. And that was a big investment industry made into innovation, because we were told by really great technology people and some researchers who wanted to research it that this was going to be really wonderful, that people could connect, they could have this immersive experience, and it's almost like industry can be sitting ducks sometimes. Sometimes sitting ducks for a research agenda, for people trying to sell us something, for people telling us we have to have evidence-based aged care. Even if one of our clients wants something like consistent in staffing, we'll find a researcher say, well, you need the evidence. But in residential aged care, we say, no, actually, this is what a client wants. I'm not going to keep referring to the red wine and the pizza, but at the end of the day, looking again, I think now is the time for Australia to come together and to say, how do we want to grow old together? It's that sort of innovation, going right back to the baseline, not tinkering around the edges with robots, and none of those things are wrong. They're all brilliant and fantastic ideas, but they're still all serving to put a Band-Aid on a problem, a deeper problem that I think, wouldn't it be exciting if it's Australia that had that conversation? How do we want to grow old together, and how can we not dread moving into residential aged care? What might that mean? Starting innovation from knowledge and then getting back into the other parts of technology and innovation. That's my thoughts, sir.
Thank you.
If there was a standard, Ms Greenwood, or technology was embedded into the aged care quality standards, is it your view that approved providers should be sanctioned or should be challenged where there is a failure to comply?
I think it's just 2020, and I think there should be no licences given out to people who don't commit to a technology plan and to say, well, this is how we're going to keep records, this is what we're going to do. I mean, again, I'm talking about RAC, so why would you give a licence to someone? Why are we still giving licences to people who are going to build areas for people living with dementia that we know they're going to get distressed in? Why are we still handing out licences to bad design when it's not even more expensive? And these are the people that are going to get drugged. It's not the same thing living in a long corridor and living in a smaller home. If you've got dementia, you will have a much higher chance of being drugged in that environment. And I can kind of track your mobility based on your room number, how far you are from the dining room. So I would say do not give licences to people who don't commit to what we already know, at least around design and around technology. And I think it should be so embedded in the funding and how aged care reports will be reporting indicators. We shouldn't be taking paper-based versions of that. We do need to find a way once and for all to make that electronic. Then it wouldn't have to be a standard, aside from it is heartbreaking to work on, because all the organisations that I work a double shift on the floor with carers before we do any work. And to go to a part of the building is to have a carer say to me, oh, don't do your documentation there, that's a dead spot. And I was like, excuse me? So they can't even put data in. I would just say when we have all these wonderful ideas come in, I think the cynicism in aged care isn't cynicism, it's a recognition that we've just wrenched 15 human beings out of bed because we can't even successfully navigate a flexible breakfast for real in, I would say, night. And these are the same staff who are waking residents up too early in the middle of the night, putting their hands down their pants. This is the same organisations that cannot arrange for older people to have as fewer people as possible having access to their naked bodies. So when I do hear about all the innovation, I think about what it's like to do the night duty that I did a couple of weeks ago and watched people wake people up to check continence. When I watched them run in the morning to get them up for breakfast, even though the organisation advertises as flexible breakfasts. So innovation is one thing, but having consistency in the people having access to your naked body, if you can help industry with flexible breakfasts, you've done half of the job. And having consistent staff and flexible breakfasts, these are the basics that industry are getting wrong. Really well-meaning industry. So when we see this, it looks great, but my heart and my memory is of who was woken up that morning who didn't want to wake up. And it's usually the people who aren't using words. They can't enjoy co-design. I stand in solidarity with those people who don't use words, who can't speak before you, and the carers who support them, who often have to override their preferences because of institutional routines or because somebody's family might get angry at them because mum's not awake. So I think those kind of solutions could happen first in terms of innovation, knowledge innovation, and then support that through all of these wonderful, amazing people.
Ms. Buckley, how do you balance out a matter which Ms. Greenwood raised earlier, which is the need and the need for families to be provided with information about their loved ones and the desire of the families to have information about their loved ones with balancing the older person's rights and right to privacy within a community care setting?
Yes. Oh, gee whiz. That's a big question. I guess for me it is around consent from our client themselves. So it is about. So even we have a client portal that has a lot of information about services, a lot of information, and the clients can access that information about who's coming. They can about who's coming that day for their services. They can tell us also about what they can list all their appointments for their whole life on the portal as well, so that we don't roster over their very important events in that week. They can look at their budgets. They can look at make complaints, give feedback. So they can pretty much interact with us on that portal as well as just using voice. So what we have done is we've also now allowed the family to participate, but that really is at the consent of the client. So if the client says no, then the family may not, they just don't get access. But if they do, they've created a lovely little environment where family and clients and us can all talk together about the care and their needs. But it really just comes down, as it should, to the client's decision about what information their family see, unless, of course, they don't have the cognitive ability and their family have an enduring power of attorney, then during guardianship, then that's a different story. Does that answer
yes,
the
thank
question,
you, Ms.
Erin?
Buckley. Ms. Buckley, do you think that there should be sanctions or consequences for approved providers who do not, if there was a standard or technology was embedded into the standards of the aged care quality standards, or failure to comply?
Yes, okay. Well, I guess if there was I guess if it becomes a standard, I think I mentioned earlier that it's probably not the first step. It may be what is the future, that we do have a minimum standard. Right now we need to help organisations to get to that point. So just imposing a standard right now would probably be a little bit of a disaster. And if it was going to be serious consequences if you didn't meet that standard, then that would just put enormous, more and more pressure on providers who are already at a very, at a very difficult point at the moment in operating services, and just with all the, with the requirements that have come down over these last 2 or 3 years. So I think in future state that may be. What reasonable?
What about what Ms. Greenwood suggested? Just stop giving out licences to people to approved providers that aren't up to scratch.
I think it's more than technology, though. I think it is about a bit more of a rigorous process in being able to apply for an approved provider, and some evidence around systems and structures and processes, and that actually, even potentially that the Commission actually go and have the Safety Agency go and have a look at that provider and possibly even audit them before they come in as an approved provider, but much more stringent controls right at the beginning of that application, but not just about technology. I mentioned earlier with our residential facilities, they don't have a sophisticated client management system. They use technology. We use technology in our quality systems and our reporting systems and smart technologies and sensors, but they provide a wonderful service. So it's not just about technology. Doesn't mean if you have technology, you're not providing a wonderful care and support. So I don't think it's one or the other. So I'd be a bit careful to go just because you don't have that piece of technology, you're not providing the best life you can for our residents. That doesn't make sense to me.
But Daniela made a great point about the fact that, buildings are being built which we know are not enabling, and yet these are places that are being funded to be built, and you think, why is that the case? It should not be allowed. I totally agree.
I think it's that attitude of, well, we're nice people and we're doing lots for the residents. Wait a minute, you can't be grown-ups and have a market-based aged care industry and get away with saying that. If you either have the technology, you build the right buildings, or you can't do business. I mean, we've got, something like a 4-to-1 ratio of people applying for beds to people who are actually getting them. So if there's 4,000 applicants, only 1,000 will get it. We're not short of people thinking that this industry is lucrative. So I think to put a few more really just sensible boundaries, definitely that's not it, but you can't enter the game unless you have this and this, because this is how the government want to communicate with you, and this is how we check things are being done, and this is the expectation and the build. If you're going to say people living with dementia here, there's certain things that we know for a fact work. So you can't build new buildings without that in mind.
Professor Gordon, would you like to share your insights into
Just
comments that have been made?
reflecting on what the others have said. Certainly any integration and embedding of technology is going to take time. We've talked about the varying maturity across organisations. So there would need to be a transition plan if you're going to actually have a standard in place around technology. Other accreditation processes that I've been involved in or standards processes, if you don't meet it and you do have a plan that you're going to implement over 1 to 2 years to bring you up to a minimum standard of technology, might be one way of addressing it, I think, in terms of that. I think Daniela raises some really good points, and that is about the fact that we do have many aged care providers where the environment is very old. Some of the aged care providers are using facilities that were built 50 years ago that might not necessarily have been fully refurbished. And so we do have an issue about that, even in terms of incorporating technology that we're talking about today, but also in providing best practice care. So I guess they're my reflections.
Ms Greenwood raised the question about how do we want to grow old, and how technology and innovation figures in the answering of that question. Starting with you, Dr. Petrovic, could I ask you to tell the commissioners, is that question, how do we want to grow old, is that at the forefront of the work that Dementia Australia is doing?
I think at the forefront of the work we do is what our consumers are telling us. So we listen to the people living with dementia and their family carers, and we ask them what it is that they want to see. And we actually had earlier, not this year, sorry, last year, we had a summit where we asked people what they saw as quality aged care for them, and the questions are very much what you would expect, really. People want to have the best quality of life that they're able to at that point, whatever that is at that time. So that's such a broad question. It's really hard to answer, but it is meeting your best quality of life that you can with under the conditions that you have at the time.
Ms Buckley, in your role as the CEO of Feros, are you having discussions with families, with older people about the types of lives that they want to lead at this stage of their life?
Absolutely. That is the, I guess, the fundamental, it's the platform of our model of care. So our focus is, and our mission is to help people, we say to help people grow bold. And what we really mean in our aged care setting is that we want people to stay, have the ability to stay independent, socially connected and living the best life they can for the rest of their lives. And that is an individual aspiration, and you need to understand what an individual wants and what does living your best life mean. And so for that to occur, then we need to, when we first meet that individual and we go on a journey with them, is that we unpack what their goals are, not just for their health, but also what they're wanting to achieve for the rest of their lives, and that can change as they may get better or they start to be more independent. And so it's an ongoing discussion about their goals when we meet with them, their next set of goals, what's next for them. And so at our reviews, it's what is your new, if you've got new goals, what are they, and let us help you achieve them. And so that is pretty much our philosophy of care. We've still got a long way to go, but it's something that's very passionate within our organisation. Our company values are based on that, and that's what keeps our staff with us, because they know that aspiration of ours is genuine.
Ms Greenwood, looking at it from the rights-based lens that you've taken the commissioners to in the course of the morning, how can the rights of the older person and technology and aged care intersect, such as to answer that question, how do you want to grow old?
I think we could all start from the baseline and interrogate the very premise of what we're doing. The judgment, the clinical focus in residential aged care, the bossing people around for their own good, the paternalism, all the things that we secretly fear under a behavioural paradigm of judging people. Maybe we could throw that all up in the air and see what happens when we put that rights-based lens on, which is at the forefront of every question, not managing people's deficits and seeing old age as a blessing. And dementia may not be a natural part of ageing, but it's certainly a natural part of our human story at the moment, and will never be the same, even if they cure it next week. It's changed us forever. So it may not be a natural part of ageing, but it's certainly a natural part of being human. Are we going to create communities that stop judging people and drugging them and telling them to control and manage other people? None of us would want that for ourselves. None of us. And making sure we have rules around who can tell a person what to do. And just because people change address, I think we need some really clear principles drawn from rights-based instruments like the Convention on Rights for Persons with Disabilities, some of those key principles around how we protect people. We can't just give up on them and say they've fallen through the cracks because they can't consent. We've got to do better, and we can.
I'll conclude by asking each of you the same question, and I'll start with you, Professor Gordon. What's the first step? What should we be doing as an absolute priority?
Oh, that's a toughie, isn't it? As a first priority, coming back to technology, supporting better quality of care and outcomes, it is that we do need a conversation. We need a way of bringing together the information, the technology, the evidence that we have, and from that crafting what is going to work for our aged care sector. Now, whether that's a research centre, whether that's a collaborative, a cooperative, what that looks like, but we do need to understand the consumer's perspective, the aged care provider's perspective. I think that's where I'd start.
Ms Buckley?
I think I've mentioned it a couple of times before, and I think the aged care industry councils has set it in their roadmap, and we just need to understand where we are at as an industry. What is our maturity, our digital literacy, so that we can then go, okay, this is where we are. Now let's set ourselves a vision, a shared vision. Government is behind us, and then we work out where we move from there.
Dr Petrovic?
Yeah, look, I'd agree with Janine. I think the starting point is really understanding what people want, and that's the end consumer wants. Going to them and asking them what it is that they see that they want from technology and their quality of life. And then from there, we would look at workers and the industry and take it forward from there.
Ms Greenwood, last word.
I would say I think we need to start again, and I think we can throw it all up in the air and work out moving beyond judgment and asking staff to separate from their own humanness when they have these professional clinical relationships. We are putting staff into a system that trains them around dementia, to judge people. Did you know you're my first dementia trainer? Many years ago. I think it was your first day.
It was.
Okay. Anyway, that's another story. But I've been through the training as a personal carer, and I'm here to say it doesn't set people up to win. It doesn't set people up to treat older people well or people with dementia well. It sets us up to judge them. It really does. And you cannot have a right, unless you have rights come into that. You really need to support that deeply relational work that is people as equal citizens, just human beings, hanging out with each other. I think that clinical focus, the judgmental focus, is what we need to move beyond if we really seriously want to change this.
Thank you very much. That was an extraordinary session, and no doubt, in no small part, you held to your questioning, but thank you for being so fully engaged and so open with your views and thoughts. We've learned a great deal from what you've said, and the conversation will continue and the reflection will continue. So thank you very much. Ms Hill, do I need to release anybody?
No.
No? Thank you. You're all free to go. I think we'll adjourn until 2 o'clock.
All stand. Please be seated.
Rosen?
Afternoon, Commissioners. I call Barbara Hamilton-Ramsey. Hello, Barbara. Can you hear us okay?
Seems that we can't hear her, though.
I think we've still got you on mute.
On mute, yeah.
No, we've got you
you
now.
did that.
Thank you. If Ms Ramsey could please be sworn.
Right hand.
Just repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Now, for the purposes of the transcript here, could you please state your full name?
My name is Barbara Alison Hamilton Ramsey with an A.
Thank you. And I took the liberty of calling you Barbara before, but I should clarify that that's okay with you.
Fine, thank you.
And if you need to, please call me Peter.
Uh-huh.
Now, Barbara, you live up on the Gold Coast?
Indeed, yes.
And is that where you've spent all your life, or have you recently moved up?
No. Northern New South Wales, little town called Casino
Yes.
on the railway line. Oh, but you're in Adelaide, you wouldn't know.
Well, you're just north of the border now, I think, aren't you?
Yeah, I was south of the border before, yeah.
Yep. So you're in is it Robina? Is that how I pronounce it?
That's indeed, yes, Robina.
And how long have you lived in Robina?
Oh, nearly 20 years now. Going on 20 years, 19 probably.
And do you have family living up there near you?
Yeah, I'm very fortunate. Currently, I have a daughter and son-in-law temporarily living with me till I get their own place.
Yes.
And I have a married daughter with 2 children. She and her husband actually live not far away, so I'm very fortunate.
Terrific. So you have 2 grandchildren, is that right?
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Wonderful.
Don't see them much anymore, so I'm grateful for the virtual senior centre.
All right.
I don't get their company anymore.
All right. Now, I know you're itching to talk about the virtual senior centre, but I'll get to that in a moment if that's all right.
Okay. Yep.
So, can you tell the commissioners a little bit more about yourself? You live on your own, or currently with your
Normally, I live on my own.
Yes.
I have for a lot of years, but my daughter was married at the end of last year, and she and her husband are here until they get their own place.
Right.
They're saving, of course, and they want to go. He's a surfer. They want to go and live at Coolangatta.
Right. Okay.
So they're here till, and I've got to say, I'm very grateful for the company. I don't see much of them, but the company is good.
And did you work outside of the home when you were younger?
Oh yes, I've been a school teacher.
Yes.
I've had trick families. I've been a counsellor in local government. I've been involved with the P&C in New South Wales. I've had a pretty busy life, an enjoyable life.
It sounds it. And you're now retired, and you receive some aged care help at home. Is that right?
I have a home care package. I am so grateful and very fortunate. I have a carer twice a week comes and helps me with housework, and also takes me out, helps me with some shopping, takes me wherever I ask them, actually. It's really, really good. Gets me out of the house. You've got to be independent. You can't depend on your family. They're busy. So I have suffered quite acutely from depression.
Yes.
And this has helped enormously, as well as a few physical things. So this has helped enormously.
And Barbara, can you tell us what level of home care package you're on? Do you know whether it's 1, 2?
I think it's a 3.
Right.
I think it's a 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And have
Because
you...
currently I've got 6 hours a week.
Right.
I have two bursts of 3 hours each. So.
All right. Now, you mentioned a moment ago the virtual social centre, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about that in a moment. Before I do, though, I should have asked you, how long have you been in receipt of home care services?
Oh, come on, now you put me on the spot. Not all that long.
Right.
I received my package last year because I had some help before that, after I'd had knee operations. I had some help with housework and so on, and I got the home care package last year.
Right. And that's through Feros Aged Care, is that right?
No, Barbara. I went to Wesley. I'm actually a Christian.
Yes.
And I thought perhaps Wesley might be Christian. Wesley's foundations are Christian, but that's fine. So I went to Wesley. I didn't go to Feros.
Right.
But I've been involved with the technological part of Feros for some years.
Oh, I see. Do you want to tell us a bit?
I was involved with them before I got my home care package.
And what was that involvement?
Well, with the virtual, was called the Virtual Senior Centre then. It's now the Virtual Social Centre.
Right.
That was my involvement.
Yep. And okay, maybe I was a little bit confused. The access to that technology is not part of your home care package?
No.
Or it is? No, it's not.
No,
Okay.
it's separate altogether.
I see.
No.
Okay. And how did you come to be involved with Feros?
Oh, look, you asked me a real question now and I can't remember how I got involved. But I've been to meetings there. They've collected me to go to meetings.
Yes.
And I really don't know. I wish I'd known you were going to ask that. I would have researched it.
That's all right.
I can't remember, and that's the old age territory I'm in. Maybe somebody, I went on Feros trips because a friend introduced me to that.
Yes.
And it could well have been through that.
Okay.
Through going on social outings with Feros. That was my connection with Feros. And then the next step would have been into the virtual part.
Okay. And are you able to drive, Barbara?
I still have a lovely old Mazda in my garage that my daughter thinks I should get rid of, but I can if I need to.
Right.
I don't drive a lot anymore, but I was in the country, so I've been driving for a lot of years.
Yes.
And I am still compos mentis, so I drive if I have to. I don't drive unless I have to these days. I don't choose to.
All right. Well, that brings us to the virtual social centre. You just, in your own words, Barbara, could you tell the commissioners what that is?
It is the gathering of older people, of seniors, for areas in which instruction, physical movement, some challenges which are good to keep us mentally well, and it's in this forum with a tablet, and we have a presenter for the various sessions, and the sessions are quite varied, which is wonderful. There's art. You can dabble with art if you want to.
Yes.
You do Tai Chi if you want to. I love it. They've actually called one session chair chi. Say that one quickly. And we sit, and that suits me because I'm a bit wobbly with a walking stick. So yes. I sit in the chair and I do the Tai Chi. I love it. There's meditation. I don't do that much. But currently there's a presenter who takes us places, virtually.
Yes.
Which is great. What have I missed out? I don't know, but I can't think currently. But there's a book club.
Yes.
You can join and, have a virtual book club. That's what it is. I love it. Am I allowed to say why I particularly? I mean, do you want me to say why I particularly like it?
I do, please.
Well, sometimes it gives me a reason to get out of bed. B, if you are lonely, okay, I have these two currently living with me, but that hasn't been for long, and, you know, I've been quite lonely. It's lovely to have someone call you by your name. In the morning when I like doing some exercise, come downstairs and do some exercise.
Yes.
First thing in the morning when I'm awake enough. And that's quite personal. I find that very cheerful, and it helps me a lot because my days are a lot better if I start them off in a cheerful way. So, and it's instructive too. There's a couple who are living at Lightning Ridge at the minute, and they come on, and last session they went for a swim in the mineral pool and so on, and told us about the opal mining out there, and I find that very instructive. So it's helped me a lot. It's helped my demeanour. It's instructed me, you know. It's very, and I now do my banking on my phone.
Yes.
I wasn't very good with technology, and my daughters don't have time to help me. Oh, they help me occasionally. If you ask enough times, they'll help you. But they're busy. So, you know, they've got their busy lives. So I've found this has helped me a lot with technology. Help is just a call away. We've got a place on the screen where we can get help whenever we want it, and there's somebody there who can, if we've got a hiccup, they can iron it out for us. Kayla's helped me with questions I've asked her about technology, Justin has. So it's helped an oldie who wasn't very familiar with a lot of things. It's helped me a lot.
Thanks, Barbara. That's really helpful. You've got the tablet there handy, have you? Can we have a look at it?
Yeah, sure. What would you like? Do you want me to put it onto something?
Oh, if you wouldn't mind, sure.
So I'll go back one and I'll just show you. That is, you go on it and then there's various things usually there. That one is evening meditation. Here we've got French for beginners. I forgot to mention that. Right. Really lovely Italian guy gives that one. He's very enthusiastic.
And
then there's Healthy Life, program coaching, yeah.
Barbara, can I ask you, so the presenters of the various sessions, where are they? Are they in at Ferros? Is that how it works?
At Coolangatta. They're in the studio at Coolangatta, right. As far as I know. I'm not absolutely sure, but that's where I have been there. I've been there for meetings.
Yes.
And there's a studio there. There's also a studio at the offices at Coolangatta.
Right.
So there's two venues. And then what they do quite a bit is somehow or other, don't ask me about this technology because I don't have to know.
Yes.
But there's a camera goes home with the person. So at one stage, last year, wasn't it, we had a person on a farm up near Dorrigo who was showing us her goats and chickens, and it was wonderful. Just like this couple that are at Lightning Ridge now. That's pretty special. Oh. And when we had the Lightning Ridge thing, there was somebody in Western Australia who had joined in. So to this old duck, that was something pretty special, you know.
Are they going to
think that we can be connected like that.
And when are they going to ask you to be a presenter, Barbara?
And not. I can talk a lot.
And so the gadget you've got there, that's obviously provided to you by Ferros, is that right?
That belongs to Ferros.
Yes.
Yes.
And is there any charge for that for you?
No.
Okay. And
I have not spent a penny.
No.
Ferros have done everything that needs to be done.
Yes.
Even when we did dot painting, even provided us with the stones to dot paint on and some paint. When I've done exercise in the past and Tai Chi, they've provided the bands to do the stretching. So they've been amazing. They've really been good. They've accommodated we clients or participants very, very well.
Now, speaking of the dot painting, Barbara, you're not telling the commissioners the full story about the dot painting.
Why, do you want to know who the tutor was?
No, I want to know what happened to your dot paintings after you finished them.
Oh, my dot painting ended up going to China.
Right.
Which was lovely. I was given by a Chinese dad a picture of he's a great traveller, and he went to Tibet, so they took a photo and framed it for me because I'd given them my dot painting, and they took that back to China. They thought it was special. So I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, I can see. And when you got the tablet that you're holding there for us, you can put it down. It's probably pretty heavy. You can put that down, Barbara. Did some people from Feros come out and help you with some training?
Yes.
And could you tell the commissioners about that, please? What did that involve?
Well, just coming here, I'm at Robina, they're at Coolangatta. Linking me into the virtual social centre it's called now, showing me what buttons to push or what, this and that's on. I didn't have a tablet. I've had a computer in the past. I don't even have a laptop at the minute. But just showing me what I've got to do and how to operate it, and just making me feel comfortable using it, yes. Which I do. I feel quite comfortable now using it. Don't even think about it. Just get it off the shelf, and I sit at the round table on my desk usually and use it. Leave myself room to move when I've got to move, and I don't think twice about using it now.
We've got a little clip which has been provided to us by Feros, which shows a little bit about the device in operation, the social centre in operation. I might ask for that to be played now, and then I'll ask you some more questions.
Certainly.
Today we're going to specifically work on healthy meals for one.
Today we're going to be focusing on managing your medications.
Today I'm going to be running you through our high chair class. So thank you so much for joining us.
Again.
Yep. Hi, Barbara. Were you able to see that at the same time we were watching it?
Yes. It was the things I forgot to tell you about.
You didn't tell us about meeting the emu, or maybe it was a cassowary, was it?
I don't know. No. I don't know about the emu.
It looked like
the cassowary.
Looked like a virtual trip to a zoo or something.
Oh, that was, yeah, okay. Remember the memory and the age.
Got it. Now, you told the commissioners a little while ago, Barbara, about how being comfortable using this tablet had led you to be able to do other things on the internet, like use internet banking.
Yes.
Are there other?
I'm so grateful for that.
Yes, and how, from your point of view as a person, how has that made you feel, the ability to use that technology in that way?
I used to have to get to Robina Town Centre because I'm Commonwealth and Westpac, and you had to queue, which with my legs isn't that much fun. The bank was upstairs in those days, and wait. It was a special trip and everything. Now I just I refine my bills as much as I can, and I just write on the calendar when it's due, and then get my phone out and away I go. And, it's wonderful. I'm very grateful for that. And what else? Technology. Because of age, I've refined my life as much as I can.
Yes.
So that's helped me enormously.
And does it make you feel I suppose, more in touch with the modern world? Is that one way of describing it?
Well, it makes me feel a bit competent.
Yes.
Because that's something else you lose with old age. You feel inadequate quite a bit, and that I haven't got to ask my children. I haven't got to ask for help because I know what to do now. Ferris has helped me a lot in that way. I'd rather ask these people here than my kids sometimes. And that helps me a lot, helps my mental state quite a bit.
Are there any things about the app that you think could be improved? Is there anything about the virtual social centre that you'd like to see?
Oh, yes, the variety of programs continues because it is good to, when you're old, to have your intellectual side, kept alert. I really like that. And the physical side I need, so I'm very grateful for that. But I guess I'm one of, like all old people, my needs are similar to other old people, so the healthy cooking and everything is good to keep me healthy. I enjoy having a naturopath or something like that. We have had it in the past. Maybe even something to help us a little bit with the jolly, I won't say rot that's going on at the minute. That's in the supermarkets, keeping us up to date with some of the news about the health situation at the minute. That might be a bad thing to give us.
Yes.
To make us feel comfortable and safe. I think they do a pretty good job. So I don't want for anything on the virtual social centre. There's nothing because with catch up, I didn't mention catch up. Catch up is wonderful. I can't do the session. There's a session. Say there were a session running now. I can't do that. Okay, I can watch that at my leisure with catch up. So that's great. I can sit tonight if I want to and do the exercises that maybe I would have been doing now, or watch the healthy cooking that I may have been missing out on now. So that is a very good feature for me. Plus the fact it's company if you're by yourself.
Yes.
If you get sick of watching television or Netflix, you can watch something on that, and you're watching people talking and you're doing something as you're instructed. So that's pretty good.
Sounds great. And we heard, you know Janine Buckley, don't you, from Feros?
Yeah.
Ms Buckley, we had her, she gave evidence earlier today in the hearing, and she referred to a program called Let's Get Technical. Are you familiar with that?
Yes. I know it. It's coming up that I'll book into it because we have a way, we book into a session and then we get a text to remind us.
Yes.
They're great. They realise we forget things.
Yeah.
So they send us a text that we have it coming up, so we've got no excuse to watch it and to not watch it when we've booked in. So I'll be in that one when it's up shortly.
And what's the attraction?
Unless I've missed one.
What's the attraction?
What's the attraction?
Yes.
So let's get technical. Well, I want to stay abreast of what's going on within what I can do, within my possible experience. That's what's of interest to me.
Yeah. Janine told us...
I don't want to miss out on things unless I've got to.
Yep. Janine told us that as far as she was concerned, a lot of older people, such as yourself, were hungry to learn about technology. Do you agree with that? Yes. Well, as I said to you, my family don't have time to teach me. I love my family, don't get me wrong, but everybody's so busy these days. So, great. Here's a forum where I can learn things, which interests me a lot. Because the other workshop that Janine referred to, I hope they repeat that because I will join in. Now, we know, Barbara, that not all aged care providers have a facility like this, but it would seem to be a pretty good idea, especially with how enthusiastic you are about it. How do you think it could be made more widespread, this sort of part of aged care?
So are you suggesting that there should be more providers than Feros doing this sort of thing?
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think
well,
there would
I think
be...
Well, I think it's beneficial. I think there are many people who don't know about Feros.
Yes.
I know Feros is looking into expanding in various ways, which is great, to meet more needs of different people. I think this would be good with other providers. They'd need to well and truly canvass their area to find that the interest is there. That would need to be done. And, I think that a lot of oldies, in inverted commas, could benefit from this. I guess I'm in some people are very savvy, some older people technologically, but I haven't been in that field, and I think there's a lot like me. They sort of think it's too hard and they don't bother about it. You see these ads on TV and everything about all the stuff that's available, and you think, no, I'd never do that. Too hard for me.
Terrific.
So this has helped me enormously, Ferris has.
Yes, thank you. All right, Commissioners, they're the questions that I have for Barbara.
Mrs. Ramsey, it's Lynelle Briggs here. I'm one of the two commissioners. It's terrific to hear what you've been learning and doing. I'm wondering, do you feel like you've made new friends through the use of the technology?
Yes, except I'm not a good one to ask that question because I've had a few health issues that have sort of kept me not in the social scene. I've had to stay at home a bit. I'm on the mend now, and I know Mara. I know some people through the, through the social centre. And had I not had the interruption with health, I think I would have met more because I can chat on this forum if I wish to. Now I'm just getting back into it. I will do that. I will, I'll become more social. I'll put it that way.
Does the chattering involve actually talking, or do you do it by typing in? How does it work?
No, face to face.
That's what I thought.
We talk.
Yep, that's terrific.
Yes, it's great. You see each other, you see your lips moving, just like you're seeing me. We do that. As though we're sitting in the lounge room together, but we're not.
And do you have to make a payment for the availability of the technology, or how does that work?
No, Ferris has been amazing. I have not contributed other than my time. I haven't contributed any finance at all.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Ramsey, thank you very much for making time available to share your experiences with us. It's been very, very interesting to hear how you're using that and how the facility is being made available to you. Been really good. Thank you very, very much indeed.
Okay.
I think we'll adjourn for
Thank you.
Reconfigure.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Please be seated.
Just taking these witnesses.
Commissioners,
Bergen?
I call Dr Grenfell, Ms York, Associate Professor and ACO, and Mr Lankin. Associate, could you please swear in the witnesses? Thank you.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely affirm
that the evidence I shall give will be the truth,
that the evidence that I shall give will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give will be the truth,
that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Lankin, can you hear me?
I can.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give will be the truth,
that the evidence I shall give will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr Grenfell, starting with you, could I ask each of you to please introduce yourselves, your organisation, and disclose or describe any work your organisation may have done for the Royal Commission?
I'm Dr Rob Grenfell. I'm the Director of Health and Biosecurity for CSIRO's Health and Biosecurity Business Unit. I'm a public health physician and a GP in the past, in my experience, and certainly have had 25 years practically in the aged care sector through system and also direct provider care. And my role currently with CSIRO is to provide directorship for, among other things, the Centre for E-Health Research and also the Nutrition and Health program.
I'm Louise York. I'm head of the Community Services Group at the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. The AIHW is an independent statutory authority in the Commonwealth, and our legislation requires us to work with others to develop, collect, analyse and disseminate data and information about health and welfare, including aged care, which I'm responsible for, and a range of other areas such as disability and child protection and a range of other health areas. And we conduct our work working with Commonwealth and state agencies and also directly with service providers to compile and curate data that's then used for research and policy analysis. We're also, I thought it was just worth mentioning in opening, an accredited data integrating authority. So we also bring together data from different health and welfare areas to create those analysis data sets. The work that we've already done for the Commission over the life of the Commission involves basically further analysing data that we have published to make it more useful for the Commission. So things like looking at the distance between where someone has their aged care assessment and where they're ultimately receiving aged care services. Thanks.
And I'm Maria Nascio. I'm an epidemiologist I have been working on the area of registries and population surveillance for the last 20 years, both in Australia and the US. I am the director of the Registry of Senior Australians, which is a data platform that we developed to monitor individuals that have entered the aged care sector in Australia that was established in 2017. The idea of ROSET was to understand the individuals that have entered the sector and monitor the quality and the safety of care and services that are provided to them. ROSA is currently funded by the South Australian government and is housed at the South Australian Health and Medical Research Institute, but it is a collaborative of 13 organizations throughout the state, including the universities, different aged care providers, some consumer representative organizations, as well as clinicians. The work that we have done for Commission so far, last year we provided a report on the use of psychotropic medications for individuals that were residents of aged care services, both before and after their entry into services. And this year we will be delivering a report that was commissioned on quality and safety indicators of care that are monitored internationally and how Australia performs in comparison to these other countries.
Mr. Lankin? Before I go to you, Mr. Lankin, sorry, could I ask you, Associate Professor Inacio, to describe any work you've done for the Commission?
Describe it in more detail.
Mr. Lankin, could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Ben Lankin. I'm the Head of Transformation at Opal Aged Care. Opal is a residential aged care provider operating in 4 states here in Australia. And with my about 9,000 colleagues, we have the privilege and pleasure to care for about 6,500 residents across our care communities. Over the last 12 months, we have had a bit of a new leadership change at Opal, and from that, we're working on a significant transformation across 3 key areas, being culture, being customer experience, and being the physical design of the built form of our homes as well. My background specifically is in customer experience strategy and organisational development, primarily in the hospitality sector and more recently in the aged care sector, and my role is to lead a cross-functional team at Opal to help shift our focus to become a customer experience focused organisation and to help and enable the organisation to live our purpose, which is to bring joy to those we care for.
Thank you. Thank you all. Ms York, perhaps if I could start with you, could you outline the current capture of data by the Aged Care Data Clearinghouse as it currently stands in government at the moment?
Yeah, so the AIHW has compiled data on aged care services since the mid-90s, but since about 2013 this has all been compiled under the banner of the National Aged Care Data Clearinghouse. And in that data collection, we include information on things like the aged care assessment program, the various programs, residential aged care, the community packages, home care packages and community home support data, primarily that, and that involves a raft of databases that are all brought together in one place, and there that information is produced into various reports that we make available on our website. People can access all of those reports and other information on a specialised aged care data website called the Gen website. People can request data that they, if it's not available for them on that website, they're able to request information and that's made available to them free of charge. And we also can use the information available in all of those, about all of those separate programs to link it into larger data sets that look at things like the connection of each of those programs. So, for example, we have linked data about residential aged care, home care and community Commonwealth Home Support Program data with things like PBS data and Medicare data and hospitals data to look at the interfaces between those types of services, and we've also supplied that data to organisations such as my colleague Samri here today under ethical clearance of our ethics committee.
Can the data collected already by the Aged Care Clearinghouse, can this be used as a basis for standardising metrics within the aged care sector?
Yes, it can. It can be used to, I think at the moment it's used a lot to report on activity. So it's used to report on numbers of people receiving care and where they're receiving that care. I think it's possible to do, and it's also can be used once it's linked with other data such as hospital data or prescription data to look at really important safety and quality aspects such as prescribing rates. I think more could be done to develop those metrics that can draw on this data to get more value out of it in future.
Mm-hmm. And Ms York, you mentioned that there are some linkages at the moment between the data sets collected by the clearinghouse. What relevant data sets are not yet linked?
This year we worked with the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission to add some service level data to their consumer experience reporting data, which was one new linkage that is possible, and that if that were repeated in future, that could add more value to directly collected consumer experience data. Going forward, information from the Quality Indicators program could also conceivably be linked in with the information we already hold about the aged care activity and other health activity. It would be possible to link in further information about, say, Centrelink, aged care payments, further information about veterans care would be a useful addition, and potentially information about compliance and accreditation activities, so things like success of accreditation or complaints. That sort of information could conceivably be linked in to provide more information about the quality of it at the service level.
Mm-hmm. Ms Associate Professor Inacio, could I ask you to respond to that? And in particular, as a user of AIHW, could you comment on your experience and your experience of the linkages between data sets?
Yes. So I think there is an enormous amount of information on the data sets that are currently held by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare and also that are held by other individuals. And that brought together, we can examine a lot of things that we haven't, things that we have spent a couple of years already at Rosa trying to derive and infer from the data. That is entirely possible. But this year, what we'll be doing, for example, is trying to add information on the Centrelink, because the Centrelink information, I think, adds the last value, the last piece of the puzzle for us. We've been very interested in understanding the population's aged care service utilization, healthcare service utilization, and obviously understanding the social determinants of the reasons why what's happening to the individuals in our cohort are going to be really important. And I agree with Louise that adding information about the data that's going to come out from the compliance and accreditations is going to be incredibly valuable in the future to understand performance of facilities. But there is a lot of other things that I think can be of extreme value too, like the workforce information that is currently not publicly available, but would be of extreme value for us to understand, as well as potentially financial incentives. So I think there is some additional pieces that we could add to this data.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Lankin, what's your perspective, from the perspective of a provider at Opal, what's your view about the data that's currently collected by the AIHW and by government generally, and what are the gaps that might be missing?
I'd support the comments of the other panellists there that there's a lot of data being collected, and as we just heard, it's very siloed and difficult to link together. In addition to that, we think the most important thing around data is making sure we're measuring what matters, and for us that's the views of the people living in our care and their families, and I think that there's a lot of data available at the moment around quality of care, but not necessarily enough around quality of life and subjective well-being for those living in care. So we think there's an opportunity there for us to capture more valuable data around quality of life and subjective well-being for people living in care, and to make that more transparently available to enable greater consumer choice.
Mm. Dr. Grenfell, Associate Professor Inacio, did you want to respond to Mr. Lankin's comment?
I just wanted to add a clarification though, because none of these data that we're talking about are actually collected by AHW, they're housed by AHW. Data custodians is the Commonwealth, the states, and other bodies. So I think that distinction needs to be made, because when we go to them for requesting that information, we're actually adding them as the data custodians, as it currently stands on the agreements that they have to link that information to other places. And I think that is a distinction that needs to be made, because they're not in charge of the collection process.
Yes.
And they also don't hold any of the state hospitalization records. only in the capacity that we've asked the states then to give permission for them to link to other data sets. So I just want to clarify.
Thank you, Associate Professor. It's an important clarification. Perhaps I could ask you, Ms York, to describe the different sources from which the AIHW is sourcing its data.
Thank you. Yes, so the vast majority of the aged care data all come from the Commonwealth Department of Health, and we do hold several years of linkable state territory hospital data, which can be linked, but if long-term hospital data resides with the states, and we generally act as a curator for all of that data, but then need to go back to the original source in order to get it released to researchers or indeed to ourselves for analysis. Medicare and so MBS and pharmaceutical benefit scheme data, we also hold copies of those data, but once again need to have some approval in order to release it. And these approvals are either both in terms of the purpose meeting privacy legislation and also in terms of the source data custodian being able to discharge their responsibilities with respect to releasing the data.
Thank you. Dr Grenfell, could I ask you to, from your perspective, to describe what you see as the purpose of data collection by a clearinghouse?
Yes, certainly. The journey that we've actually heard already from data's complex. It's actually very hard to look at what have I collected and I guess the accuracy and also the stratification of it, because there are large data pools, but I guess from a provider's perspective is what are you actually going to use that data for, and does it get fed back to where you are? We've got a lot of experience in the acute sector and also the primary care sector in how to look at data and where data comes from. The domains, I tend to like speaking in plain English about thinking about the sets that we do have financial, that what did we pay for? The quality of service, which was it any good? The efficiency really is it optimised? Delivery is what you did, and workforce is who does it. Essentially are the domains that you look at. Are they linked? No. Are they actually readily sourced or are searchable? The answer is no for that as well. So curation of these data sets is vital, just as the accuracy of collection and stratification of those. The terms that we use in between this in the acute and the primary care sector, we've used things such as interoperability, that is, do the systems talk to each other? That's a technical challenge that hasn't been solved in those two sectors, but certainly is one that's being worked on. And the other one is accessibility, and accessibility means that you actually can go through the things such as the privacy provisions, as we talked about, and also the other governance decisions that actually occur on the data sets. So this is no mean feat. We haven't done this in any setting to perfection, but we have had a long journey and learned a lot in the acute and the primary care sectors.
One of the propositions that we're testing in this panel refers to a mandatory minimum data set. And I wanted to ask each of you, perhaps starting with you, Associate Professor Inacio, what you consider should be included within a mandatory minimum data set. The definition that we've got refers to care, finance, workforce and quality of life. What's missing from that list?
This is a really tough question because the data that you're going to collect needs to serve a specific purpose. So it depends on what the purpose is. If the purpose is to provide care, the point of care for an individual, there's a very specific number of data elements that you need to collect. If the purpose is to monitor people generally, so you can kind of get a population level understanding what's happening in the services that are provided to them and the general outcomes of that population, then it is a very different data set as well, as it is the data set in the financial area. So in our experience in ROSA, which was meant to understand, generally speaking, who are the people there at a population level, the needs that they have in regards to their general health needs and general functional needs, as well as the outcomes that they have. Yes, absolutely, there is a very specific number of minimum data elements that is important to us. From our experience, though, a lot of these elements are already available from the assessments that are currently collected at the point of an aged care eligibility assessment, at the time of entry into care through the ACFE assessments, even though there are limitations, obviously, and biases with the data and the way that it's collected at the time. And then with all of the general activity that these individuals have throughout their lives, they're seen by GP 20 plus times over a year. They're 40% of them, will see a doctor will be hospitalized within a year. They will use ambulance services. They will use emergency departments. And you learn a bit about them at every one of these interactions. So for us, that information it's actually very useful. Things that would be wonderful is that some of them would be more regularly and systematically collected. So if the assessments that are done at the residential aged care facility, for example, the ACFEs, didn't only happen after somebody had a change in healthcare needs and happened more periodically and more systematically. So that way we could maybe understand what are some of the potential improvements that individuals have had over time in regards to their functional activities and things that are affecting their lives. Home care recipients don't have any assessments in place. It would be wonderful to have a similar to a needs-based assessment that was implemented for the individuals that are in the home care. But there are individuals in my groups that are clinicians. For example, the pharmacists would like to see things like a renal panel done on these individuals periodically because it'll tell you more about the clinical needs of these individuals that are deteriorating. Or the consumers that are involved with ROSA will tell you that quality of life measures and consumer experience measures obviously would be the most important things to monitor. So those are the things that I would add in addition to the things that are already part of what is already existing.
Ms. York?
Thanks. That's an excellent summary. I think that's how I see a minimum data set, is that it's the core number of data elements that are captured as a byproduct of the activity that's going on for clinical or other transactional purposes that's useful, and it's useful for looking at both the individual service provider and the system level. But it does need to be a core set of information, and a lot of it is there in the system at the moment, but it's not. It just needs to be more timely and linked more regularly to get a better picture. And I think the regularity of assessments over time, so that you can and potentially the quality of the information that's in there about functional status would give more information about how people are faring over time. And then I agree, information on quality of life, experience of how people, personal experience, self-reported experience, and more information about workforce. There are a couple of things that are missing from the current picture, and quality of services, having that more regularly integrated. That's probably enough.
Dr. Grenfell, do you have anything to add to that list?
Yeah, just to stretch onto this is the value proposition of the data and then also the feedback of the data. So again, just to emphasise that there are multiple facets of everyone who's engaged with those data sets as to what they want from it and what it actually delivers. And I think from the OPAL perspective, that's a classic example. From the client or the engaged participant in the aged care sector is what do they get from it by allowing their data to be collected on them and about the service provision where it is. This is a new area. The idea, in fact, in acute and primary care, we're looking at patient-recorded outcome metrics. This is new science, but it's certainly not something we actually should move away from. And I reflect on the previous witness that we just had, that she mentioned loneliness as being one of those. And we know loneliness is an antecedent cause for ill health in the aged. And in fact, to that measure, the UK government has set up a Ministry for Loneliness to actually look at this as a way of addressing progression to ill health. So ways of assessing things such as that. So for her, clearly, loneliness is a metric that would mean something to her, that in fact was something that we should measure. And if you're a care provider, is how do we actually measure that and know where we are on a loneliness scale? So I guess in the sense of adding to that is what's the value for where they are. As a clinician, I want to know I'm doing a good job. I want to know that I've actually achieved what I set out to achieve. As an aged care provider, you are looking at financial attributes that you've in fact actually are achieving business propriety, but on the other side that you're also providing quality metrics of care.
Mr. Lankin?
So if I can just talk broadly to, I guess, the different types of data. Opal has done a lot of work recently in designing a new balanced scorecard that looks at 5 domains of data, the first and most important being customer, of course, which is the aggregation of data from consumer-generated reviews online, from customer surveys, and from our feedback and complaints data. The second is our team section of data, so looking at the engagement and ongoing development and education of our team members. The third is the quality realm, where we look at things like the effectiveness of our continuous improvements and plans for continuous improvements in each of our care homes. Of course, clinical is a section where we're looking at key clinical indicators. Of course, the 3 national quality indicators, but some additional indicators that we've had internally for some time as well. And then, of course, the commercial and financial realm. So I guess they're the 5 key areas, and certainly Opal will support a mandatory data set that would include all of those elements. But I would just stress the importance of measuring what matters here, which is at the end of the day the experience of the people living in care and their families. And we need to focus more on that, both through more regular surveying of residents, the ability to publish more transparently consumer reviews to enable greater choice, and for organisations to really effectively look at all of that data to help inform continuous improvement. That's certainly our focus at Opal at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Lankin. I want to ask you a bit later about how Opal uses its data capture for those CRM objectives that you've referred to in your submission. Perhaps first could I ask you, Associate Professor Ignacio, what workforce data you'd like to see included in the minimum data set?
I think there's quite a bit of evidence around not just numbers, but the level of education in the staff. So that would be the 2 things I would say. So the actual number of of workforce per number of residents' bed days, as well as the level of education and training that's provided to the staff.
Ms. York, can I ask you about a slightly different purpose for a data set? Thinking about regulatory compliance, both enforcement by the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission and compliance by providers, what can a mandatory minimum data set be used for to achieve a regulatory compliance type end?
I think there's great potential of linked up data to provide information about the risks that are being experienced by residents or people using a whole range of different aged care services. But that information about things like hospitalisations, attendances at emergency department, looking at prescribing rates at a facility level of antipsychotics, for example, that information can be interpreted in conjunction with information about number of complaints or accreditation status and so on. But it would be much more valuable and meaningful if it could be risk adjusted for the profile of the people using those services. And to have information about that, you need to have regular assessment according to a comparable classification. And I know that Professor Kathy Egar has done some work in this area. And I guess that comes back to the need for information standards in areas where you're really trying to collect comparable information that assists with running services but also feeds back into the entire service system. Is that need? And so I guess in essence, that comparable information would form an important part of a minimum data set.
Mr. Lankin, do you have a response to the regulatory compliance type information and what types of data could be collected to achieve that end from a provider's perspective? And perhaps what issues that might throw up for you?
Yeah, of course. So, when we talk about our role as delivering whole-of-person care, and we really support the new aged care quality standards wholeheartedly, when we consider whole-of-person care and person-centred outcomes, that's the things that we need to be measuring, and we need to be measuring the whole picture. So whilst the national quality indicators are of clinical nature at the moment, we think that we need to add more around quality of life and subjective wellbeing. I think that's important. And we think that the mechanism by which operators collect that data needs to be made easy. We live in a world where we're in the business of people caring for people, and most of our time should be spent in doing that. So we just need to be conscious of the administrative burden placed on operators as well if we don't get this right. And it goes to some of the earlier comments today around interoperability and the digital maturity of the sector to support that and make it easy for us to capture the data and make that available to the regulator or whoever else needs it.
And how would government make that easier for providers, Mr. Lankin?
I think the first step is going back to that minimum data set and having a standard around data so that operators can with confidence invest in digital transformation based on those standards, and we can have a clear path forward in terms of what that looks like so we can build our systems to enable the collection of that data. And I think anything that government can do to make it easier for providers to submit that data, whether that be direct digital interface between providers and government, all of those things would help. I think as well there's a part we have to play in empowering our team members with the technology they need to be able to capture data at the point of care, again, to help try and reduce that burden of administration that happens at the moment.
So then turning to what Opal does at the moment, how does Opal capture, for example, information about its clients or aged care recipients to measure whether they're satisfied with services?
Yeah, good question. So at the moment we do that in a couple of ways. The first is we have a very robust feedback and complaints system that we've built in our new CRM system called GEM, Building Precious Relationships. And that's based on creating lots of mechanisms for our residents, their families and members of our care community to give us their feedback, and then gives us the ability to make sure that feedback is routed to the right person in the organisation, in most cases the manager of the care community, gives them the ability to really proactively respond and close the inner loop, what we call the inner loop of feedback, where a resident might give us some feedback and we can quickly resolve that. The second thing that enables us to do is focus on what we call the outer loop, which is being able to look at complaints and feedback trend data across the whole organisation to identify areas for us to improve at a systems level as well. The second part is customer surveying, and we're about to launch a brand new customer surveying technology across all of our care homes in the coming months. And that's been designed specifically to enable accessibility for older people. It's got some great inbuilt functionality to enable our residents to, as independently as possible, give us their feedback. That information is captured on an iPad, a tablet device, and is aggregated in real time onto a dashboard for managers to see insights straight away in terms of what are the things they can focus on and improve. Particularly focused on the quality of life aspects of our residents' experience.
And is Opal able to use that same data to report to the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commissioner under the standards?
If required, we certainly can, and when we are assessed by the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, they do ask for complaint data as part of their assessment visits, and we're able to generate that directly out of that system I spoke about and provide it to them.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lankin. Ms. York, you mentioned that one of the sources of data is provider data, and in particular data captured by providers when doing ACFI assessments. How does can that same data be used by the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission to assess compliance by providers with its standards?
I can't answer that
question.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Lankin, perhaps if I could go back to you. You talked about the administrative work required to do translation from time to time. What work is involved in that translation exercise?
So I think you're referring to one of the symptoms of the national quality indicators being that the format or standard by which the national quality indicators are required by government was slightly different to the way we were collecting the data internally. Opal's had clinical indicators for a long time and internal indicators in the three areas that the national quality indicators covered, but the approach that we were taking internally to collect the data was different to that of the government. So it just meant we have to realign our systems and processes to enable that data to be collected as part of the delivery of care and trying to avoid it being done as a manual process. And we're still working through that to sort of combine the two, so we only have one of the measures that works both for the government and for our internal purposes as well.
Mm. And how long has that work been going on for?
Well, we've been reporting since the 1st of July, so it's been a number of months. We've really focused on making sure we get the quality of the data right first in a much more manual process, and we're now moving more towards looking at, okay, how can we now integrate this back into the day in the life of our team and in the care homes to make that capture easier.
And so are you searching for a standard to apply, as it were?
I think having a clear standard to apply is very important. We do have clear standards in relation to the national quality indicators, so that's very clear. We know there are 2 more under consideration, and the more advance notice we can have on those, the better. I think the lack of data standards creates a bit of a barrier for innovation in the technology space, both from a provider's perspective, as we have to try and predict the future a little bit of what's going to be required, and we try to future-proof our investment in technology. And on the other side of the fence, in terms of the IT industry and their investment in product development, if there's a set of standards that are agreed on at the sector level, that can give them confidence and go ahead and build products that can service operators really well.
Perhaps if I can ask you, Ms. York, is there an existing model that we can turn to for standard references?
Yes. So, look, I think most sectors will end up having an outcomes framework really that sets out all of the outcomes they're trying to achieve, and then under that a series of indicators or measures that will measure success in the direction of that area, and then a minimum data set of things that need to be collected in order to derive those indicators. One example where we actually set standards that are used to then accredit software is in the specialist homelessness services area, where there's been a lot of agreement over time about what's going to be measured, and then it's subsequent to that information about what is actually going to be collected on the ground. And so software suppliers get good long-term warning about what needs to go into their software packages to be of use in that sector, and the AIHW then accredits those software packages.
Associate Professor Ignacio?
I just want to make a comment. Right now, the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission is collecting information directly from providers on 3 indicators of quality and safety of care, and that's use of physical restraints and pressure injuries and malnutrition and weight loss. 2 of those indicators can be collected using information from other sources that would not be as sensitive as collecting directly from the providers, but will most definitely show you variation in practices nationally, and that can be done by using all the hospitalization records and the emergency room encounters these individuals invariably will have throughout the years. As part of what we've done in Rose in the last 2 years now has developed a set of indicators that could potentially be used using the national data that's currently available in Australia. We came at a list of 23 different indicators that have been measured and reported internationally in other sectors. And we decided to settle on 12 of them that were things that I think we all agreed would get the biggest bang for the buck and that we consistently could do it and robustly do it. So yes, pressure injuries will be under ascertained because we won't get the ones that don't get reported, but absolutely the more severe cases will be captured there. But then there are things that are extremely easy to monitor, like the use of medicines in Australia because of the PBS, that you can use the PBS dispensing records to capture and understand variation in practices really well. So we developed 5 indicators around the use of antibiotics, around the use of chronic opioid use for people that don't have an indication for chronic opioid use, the use of antipsychotics, and I can't remember all the other ones now because I'm really nervous. No, that's not part of our indicators, yeah. But also a set of other indicators that, for example, if somebody has a fracture, they will never not be treated in a hospital. So that is, you don't have to ask a provider for that. That will come from the hospitalization records. Other hospitalizations for medication-related adverse events, it's a serious indicator of, of care. Premature mortality, falls, those are all things that can be captured from the records that we already have. We don't have to ask the individuals to collect that information, with the understanding of the limitations, obviously. And then the other thing we spend time doing then was spend time doing what Louise referred to, which is spend time focusing on how do we risk adjust for each one of these indicators. So what are the things that contribute to the baseline incidence of these things happening anyways, that you need to be accounting for then when you're monitoring them. So the previous history of some of these medications used, the need for the medication use, potentially other things about the individual, just general functional limitations that might make them at a higher risk, then you can account for that. So you are comparing facilities that have very different profiles and residents you're comparing like for likes in different facilities. So we spend a lot of time thinking about that already. So with that being said, I think we, as a first step, like you should focus on what you can do and then build on that, on the things that you can't do by using existing data. And that is getting the individual's quality of life estimates, the workforce data, all the other stuff that's not currently publicly available.
Yes. Thank you, Associate Professor Ignacio. I anticipate the Commissioners may be interested in the 23 indicators that you derived. And if I'm not mistaken, they're summarised in the article you published in 2019 in BMJ Open, which we've included in the general tender bundle. Is that right?
No, that's not. It's not in there. Our paper on that, you have a report on our indicators already. That's part of it that we've submitted to the Commission, but our paper is currently still under review because, it takes a while. So.
Thank you. Perhaps if we can turn to the question of who should be involved in designing the mandatory minimum data set, and we've heard about the importance of client involvement from Mr. Lanke and from direct experience witnesses today in that task of being engaged in designing technology and other innovative ways to deliver aged care services. Who should be involved in the task of design of the mandatory minimum data set? Perhaps I could start with you, Ms. York.
Sure. Well, I'm going to start with a sort of potentially self-serving statement that my organisation has a legislated function of designing such data sets in conjunction with relevant stakeholders. So and what we would normally do in this situation is work with clinicians, policymakers, academics, people involved, consumers, customers, older people, and potentially the ICT sector workforce to work through, I think, as Maria said, what they want to know, what's already available, and then how we would go through the painstaking work of working out how to actually isolate those core pieces of information that need to be collected to really get that regular measurement over time of what we're trying to achieve.
Dr. Grenfell?
Yeah, this is a very complex area to work in. So, again, it's purpose-driven for developing the indicators you need. And the example I use is one that we've used in the acute care sector of looking at patient risk for readmission. Now, that actually came from the sector, but also from the patients themselves who don't like being readmitted, and also came from the policymakers because it costs a lot of money and unnecessary expenditure. So if we were to break down bite-sized chunks of the challenges that we face in the aged care sector, we'd be saying who needs to be at the table to actually develop the indicators that will actually achieve the direction where we go. I reflect a lot because as you would have seen in much of the hearings that you've had to date, is that we have a workforce that is challenged with digital, not challenged with compassion and care, but challenged with, in fact, why would I collect the data? That will be the biggest barrier to any system that we put in to play for this. They need to be engaged and they need to understand what it does to help them do the wonderful work that they actually do. They won't shift otherwise, and that's echoed in the experience we've had even with the most eminent clinicians in the acute sector and also through the general practice sector. If they don't believe they need to collect it, they will not collect it, and your data sets will be meaningless.
Mr. Lankin, I can see you nodding there.
I would absolutely agree with those comments. Both we need to involve the consumers and the consumer representative groups in designing what this data set looks like. That's really important. CODA did some great work, and there's a report available in terms of exploring with consumers how we manage quality, or measure, I should say, quality of care. And I completely agree with the comments there around the workforce. It's really important that they're engaged, and we apply a sort of human-centred design approach to what's the information that's most required, how do we capture that most effectively to enable team members on the ground who are there to care for residents in a person-to-person way. We can enable them to do that. And if we ask them, what is the information most important to you to be able to deliver great care to residents and to those receiving care, they'll tell us. And they'll tell us it's not just those clinical indicators, which are crucially important, but it's also things like what are the things that our residents like to do and spend their time? What are their favourite foods? What are the types of activities they like to continue to engage in? And so all of those things are important to capture, and I think involving older Australians and aged care residents as well as the workforce is really, really important.
Associate Professor Anasio?
I think other than the obvious, which is the end users and the informed parties that are involved in this, is really the providers of care. So if the providers are not part of the definitions that are created, you're going to get data that's not useful. I've worked, again, like I said, in registries for 20 years now. And what we called our consumers were always the providers, because those are the ones that we're asking to change their behavior. So they have to be the ones that lead and accept that part of it. Now, the other parts of it and who should be in charge of the data collection and the linkage and all that, as it stands right now, the way I see it, is the Commonwealth is in charge of most of the data collection that's available in Australia, and then of the publicly used data, not just the provider level data, the provider capture data. The Commonwealth owns it, and the state own it, and only the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare has the ability to do the linkage of all these data sets right now. I think there's a few other data integrating authorities that can access some of the data sets, but not all of the aged care data. So that severely limits the access, the timeliness, and the ability of us getting that information, because there's one essentially holder of all that information that we can go to and get access to it. And then there's also prohibitive costs that are associated with that when there's only one place that you can go to for that. So I think having more, I guess, more options would also be, needed for the future. So.
Mr. Lankin, can I ask you, from the provider's perspective, what are the risks or limits to aggregating a mandatory minimum data set?
I think one of the things is making sure it's agreed and set and implementable. I think there's lots of solutions when we start to talk about the challenges around digital maturity and interoperability. We need to be realistic about where we are today and where we need to go to, get to, and I think it's about taking measured steps in the right direction. I think we can get stuck in a little bit of analysis paralysis if we try and solve it all at once. So I think a big focus needs to be on, how do we really understand where we are today and then build the steps one at a time to get to where we need to go. I think, that's what's needed. Just to comment on the earlier point, I think in terms of the custodians of the data, I think what's important, from our perspective is that we make sure that as we design this new system, there isn't any duplication. So having all of the stakeholders around the table, the currently custodians and contributors of that data is really, really important, because the last thing we want is data to get collected in duplicate again. We should be able to collect information once and use it across the system. So I think that's a really important point as well.
Yes, it is. And I want to come to that point about who should be the custodian in a moment. But before I do that, Dr. Grenfell, what do you see as the risks or limits to a mandatory minimum data set?
To have one that's actually disengaged people who it's actually supposed to serve, and the second is particularly the workers as well. That's the biggest risk that we actually have with that. Privacy and governance are issues that we need to look at, but I guess the curation, the AIHW has been curating national sets for a while. It's a matter of, in fact, actually what's coming in. The second is the feedback. The governance issue is the one that you're alluding to, which is the one that requires to be independent. And I reflect on what other sets or what other examples have we got in Australia, and I'm drawn to the closing the gap way that we've actually collected data there and have a national report card, which puts responsibility back on the certainly those in power to actually act on where the differences or the lack of action is. Now, whether you actually achieve what you're after or not, and Close the Gap has been an example of some achievements and some non-achievements. With aged care, I would argue that actually requires some degree of enormity or responsibility right at the top level.
Ms York, what do you see as the risks or limits to the mandatory minimum data set project?
Look, I think the main opportunity, I think that one of the risks is if you don't specify the outcomes you're trying to achieve and in fact try and achieve too much, or if you don't use what you already have and build on that. And if I could just return to the issue of the distinction between governing what it is you measure and then curating what you then, the information you need to inform that that is the role. The latter is the role that's filled by my agency, and one of the barriers at the moment to making that data accessible quite quickly is around governance and privacy and the country's ability to rapidly share information within privacy parameters, and things are improving there. Things are improving, and that is a recognised issue.
Yes, privacy is often one of the risks identified in evidence we've heard today. How can this risk be managed?
I think it's really important to draw a distinction between the sorts of information we're talking about for the sorts of reporting that might be useful for looking at quality of care. So things like complaints and attendances at hospital for certain health conditions, and the sorts of information about care planning that some of the panellists today were talking about, where people are sitting and it's very personal, care-oriented information does not necessarily need to be shared to run a system that's safe and of high quality. That's their personal information. So consent is obviously really important, but with a lot of this byproduct data, consent is not directly sought because it is completely de-identified information. So there are ways to confidentialise that information so that it's used to inform a safer system, but it's without contravening privacy law.
Could I ask, Ms York, what's the average time to get approval for a new request for access to data?
I don't have the actual answer, but
Is it 6 months?
It's easily 6 months in some cases. If I could just say that without sounding defensive, that some of the issues that are being solved in that period of time are ensuring that the researchers have clearly articulated what the purposes for which they're going to use that information, and that we have then conveyed that to the people who then have to release the use of the data for that purpose. So what our vision is in the future is that all of this information would be enduring and regularly linked information where all of those approvals have already been given up front, as long as you're you're conducting work that fits within those principles and those outcomes. So there is a way to build that linked data and infrastructure once for use by multiple people, research community, governments, for projects that are considered to fit with the research and analysis agenda, with the outcomes framework and with everything you're trying to achieve.
After today, if it's not in your submission yet, I haven't had a chance to read those, having only got them last night when I arrived. But if it's not there, it would be quite sensible to articulate that approach, because I'm very conscious of how long people have to wait for data. Yeah. Can I also ask another question about the lags that are associated with collection of various data sets? I'm conscious, for example, workforce data is collected every, 4 or 5 years, and, I'm sure there are lags with the provision of other data. If we're looking at some of the basic data like MBS and PBS, do we know what the lag is there? Mm-hmm. Do we know what the lag in getting the hospital data is, and so on? Mm-hmm. So we've got a sense of this, because what I'm struck by is assessing quality and well-being and so on is something that people are looking for information that's as near as possible to the present.
Yeah, no, good point. Timeliness is an issue with all of the data we're talking about. So while information coming out of the aged care system, so the transactional, it's effectively the ACFI data and the payments data and so on. I'll get you a definite answer, but say we get that ready for curation 6 months after the fact. Hospital data is not ready. It would be ready for inclusion in a national data set after that, maybe 8 or 9 months, I think. And Medicare data, similarly, we may have to wait for longer to get that all compiled. So, but I can get you definitive answers on what the lags are and also on our vision for how that could be pulled together more routinely.
Thank you.
So positive examples of where we are. So in the acute sector or the primary care sector, in the sense of what granularity do you need at what part of the system. So the work teams need to actually look at their performance against their agreed targets or directions. So that could be coming from the baseline with the great example we've had from Opal about how we actually feed at that level, but then what do they feed to the next jurisdictional levels, and that timeliness of the data as to where it is for that particular purpose. Because a digitised health system requires immediate feedback to the right person at the right time, and that's in fact actually the data journey. Now the data journey is one that needs strict attention. Stepping through the vagaries of privacy and quality needs and registration needs and accreditation needs is actually a minefield, but it can be done and has been attempted to a degree in other jurisdictions, but we still have a long journey in other settings. I think we've got a lot to learn from what we've tried to do in the other settings to where we are, but I really do appreciate the Opal model of actually feeding directly back the data they've collected to the team so they function on that, and then also being able and freely able to feed that back into the accreditation areas. That's an example of exemplary behaviour.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring up one thing though. The timeliness of most of these data sets is actually, they're collected on financial years and they're available quite quickly at the end of that. It takes some time just to curate them. 6 months shouldn't be that big of a deal as far as waiting to do some real-time assessments of what just happened the year before. With that being said, though, the aged care eligibility assessment data hasn't been made available since 2016. And that's a real issue. That's 4 years of delay, and there's absolutely no excuse after 4 years for that data not to be available, because you're making hundreds of ACAT assessors throughout the country to collect this information. We all know is incredibly valuable. It feeds not just into the assessment itself, but everything else that we do is the basis of understanding who these individuals are at the point of entry into care. And it's an incredibly missed opportunity to not have the information available. So I just wanted to bring that up. So.
Associate Professor Ignacio, could you describe Rose's experience in securing data from AIHW?
Yes. So we approached IHW as soon as we were funded in 2017 with the proposal of linking the aged care data to the healthcare data, which hadn't been done in Australia before. And what developed from that process on is, to date, in order for us to have the aged care data linked to the healthcare data, and that's the data sets owned by the Commonwealth as well as the data sets owned by the states, from 4 states, New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, and South Australia. We have 30 open ethics applications, governance applications, and data custodian applications, which is required for us to do. I have a full-time person who is devoted to working on these applications in order for this to happen, to provide reports now that we're providing. We have to supplement back to all these different bodies. And a couple $100,000 at this point. So it's not an insurmountable amount of work because we've done it, but it is an incredibly demanding and trying process.
And can that administrative burden of 30 applications for ethics approval, for example, can that place a dampener on the research work that you're trying to do?
Yeah, if we didn't have the support that we had to start this, it's not the kind of thing that a research project ever gets money to support. With that being said, this is not just an issue within the aged care sector. I do want to highlight that this is a national issue with all of the data sets that are available in Australia. This is a problem that's been recognized by both the Academy of Science, the Academy of Health and Medical Science, and something that the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare has been trying to work towards facilitating and making it easier in the future for people. But it is an incredible challenge to make something like this happen.
So there's an opportunity here, Ms. York, for the material you come back to us with to have the aged care sector become the exemplar nationally.
In terms of ethical clearances and in terms of supply of data, yes. Can I just say that we also experience, these issues about ethical clearance, and that the sorts of ethics clearances that Maria's talking about are not just our clearances, but for all of the different university clearances, and basically the assurance that the information is going to be used for ethical purposes and within privacy regimes and so on. And they have also been issues, I think, that have slowed down our own linkage over the years. And in fact, we had linked some of the information, much of the information that is now in ROSA in various elements over several years. But it is a reality that at the moment it takes longer than you would like to get all of the relevant approvals in place.
Ms York, is there anything else you wanted to respond to on that topic of the process of making an application for data, or timeliness, or securing ethics approval?
Oh, look, I think the main delay in accessing data at the moment is getting approval from the data custodians. By the time you've spent considerable time specifying what you're trying to do, and you've got that ethically cleared, that takes a certain chunk of time, and getting all of the data custodians then to agree is one of the delays. And they are also working in an environment where they, and the Productivity Commission has talked about this, where they are have been given a role to be a custodian for a data set, and they are attempting to discharge that role according to what they perceive as, legislation and requirements placed on them. So there's work to do there across the whole system to make them less risk averse, or to organise things up front so that they have already approved the release of the data for this purpose, this broad purpose, and then all of these other projects can proceed because they align with that broad purpose.
Yes. Ms York, are the custodians you're referring to both state bodies such as hospitals and federal bodies such as the ABS?
The ABS doesn't release data outside of the ABS, so I'm mostly referring to state and Commonwealth data custodians.
Yes.
I am.
And is there a role for some sort of mutual recognition of ethics approval to streamline or harmonise the process that you're talking about of getting that consent from the data custodian for release?
They're just slightly separate issues around that. So there is mutual recognition of ethics, which is, in most cases, it's the data, which is the assessment of a project in terms of its human ethics and privacy, adherence to privacy. It's the then data custodian release that is a separate issue.
So the other one is the future-proofing of the system. So we've heard a lot of technological applications that are occurring there, and one of the things that concerns me in that area, my team's worked a lot in digital applications and translation of that digital settings, is the actual privacy and the governance of those data sets. So with good intent, people are in fact actually collecting, as we saw an example just before here, or the ones previous to that, that people are collecting data. One of the concerns there is what are the provisions around that? So primary care had to go through that from general practice and general practice settings. So there are other further down towards the level of actually how people are having custodians of their data sets and how those data sets are stored. This is a major problem for the NHMRC across all of health and medical research, and especially as we move into having so-called disruptors moving into the research sector and not understanding the provisions that we have as health practitioners of the sanctity of the data that people give us.
And what sort of disruptors are you referring to there?
This is the collection of data. So we've got some examples. My team has been using sensors, so also interactive technology. So the example of the previous witness is one of an interactive one of dealing with, say, I'm putting data and it's feeding back, and we're actually looking at how you're going. You can see how someone's actually performing and how their health is going. And we've demonstrated reduction in hospital readmission by 30% in trials in elders in the community by using interactive technologies. We're also using chatbots for socialism and also company, and other areas of doing that. These are like quirky, and you might think this is a toy, but you can validate these things, but then what do you do with the data that's actually feeding into there and the performance and the behaviour? The other one is monitoring. Now, monitoring with no-touch sensors is in fact a very effective way of looking for deterioration clinically. Could be used in facilities, definitely has a role in the community, in fact actually providing the team with greater insights. We know that the consumers do not want video. So that's one thing. So all of our studies are conducted in HMRC ethical requirements for conducting health and medical research. I can't attest that that's occurring with others coming into the digital sector, that they're doing that. So standards of how to do that and also adherence to those is actually quite vital.
Associate Professor Ignacio, we need to focus on solutions. Who would you suggest should there be a single custodian of aged care data, and if so, who should that be?
I think that's a very difficult question to answer, but I think there should be easier access to the data, and I think there is an opportunity to have independent bodies to do the monitoring of that information. I know that the idea of setting up a center that focuses on aged care quality and safety in general is a proposition for the Commission, and I would envision a body like that to be one that also, as part of it, holds and manages the aged care data that's necessary, the aged care data that we're discussing today.
And when you say an independent body, how would such a body secure its independence? What are the features of an independent body?
I'm not sure if I'm qualified to answer that, but I think there are models of independent bodies, at least within the research environment. So something like the United States National Institute of Health. Within the institutes, there are several subsidiaries or smaller institutes that focus on very specific things, and they cover anything from the funding disbursement to research to larger things about the research aspects of that specific particular topic. In Australia, there is the National Institute of Dementia Research that's been established for a couple of years. And I'm not certain of how successful and how sustainable that model is here, but it is something that I think would be incredibly helpful.
Ms. York?
Look,
who should be the data custodian if we could design one? Would it be an existing body?
I obviously think that it's sensible that it is an existing body that has legislation and has infrastructure that's already set up to link and to curate and link and make accessible data through secure research environments, not least because of the cost and problems that we have encountered in trying to make that information accessible to others. I do think that it should be within privacy constraints opened up so that it's useful for government and researchers and that it's more timely. And I do think that there should be continuous measurement of metrics such as, an agreed set of outcomes and indicators that are measured, and I'm agnostic about who gets to measure those, as long as they are developed and agreed in a really multi-party way, so in consistent with what we've been speaking about today, that the sector and the academics and government and people who are receiving these services have input into what's important to measure.
Mr. Lankin, what would the hallmarks be from your perspective of a data custodian, and what would they be? What should they be charged with?
So I think a couple of things. First, I would just agree with what the panellists have said there. I think, whilst we're agnostic in who it is, we think it's important that those people have an understanding of what's been done in the past. We don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and we certainly don't want any duplication of effort. I think that's very, very important. We think that the organisation should take a person-centred approach. In other words, the data should start with the individual and work out from there. A lot of the data that's collected across the system at the moment is episodical and it's fragmented, and if we were to start by designing it from the person out, we'd be able to get a better picture of the outcomes that are most important to people and certainly involving residents, aged care recipients and their families in the process of understanding what it is that matters to them, or measuring that is most important.
Dr. Grenfell?
I feel that curation is one function, and AIHW is doing an excellent role in that in healthcare and healthcare data sets. But there's more to data sets and data management than just the curation of the data. There's the actual governance issue, and we have talked about some of those. Should that function be separate from the curation? The answer is probably yes. So that actually is true independence in the sense of where it is. Should we be looking at a commission for aged care performance data, or should we call it something like that? Because, as I've mentioned, the data set has a whole range of domains in it, being not just performance as for financial and quality and clinical, but it's also, in fact, looking at it from a client-focused or person-focused avenue. That's not delivered to us under the existing structures where we sit. The other one that you would actually look at is for applied research, in the sense of not research for research's nature in a bespoke setting, but research for actually solving the problems that need to be solved. So that's an industrial focus to this. We are looking at an industry that is in dire need, and we heard before about the failed attempts to get CRCs up. The reason for that is that the industry is not engaged for many reasons in the idea of actually doing the research, so it needs an overarching. We know what the problems are. You've heard of most of these problems, I think, through the Commission. The question is, how do we address those with someone tasked to do this, and a report card that's actually for all Australians to see about the functioning and mandate it. Where does this sit? Is it under the Minister? I don't have those answers. I guess the department will be able to yield some of the governance structures that fit. Closing the Gap, as I mentioned before, has been an example that has actually held the government accountable to where it is actually performing. And do we view that aged care, or what's actually happening to the elders in this country, is of such enormity that we need to actually have such a focus?
Yes. Dr. Grenfell, just on that point that you mentioned and the risk of, I think I'd put the label of conflict perhaps on it, collection of data for compliance purposes on the one hand, and collection of data for quality measures on the other hand, both data coming from or being requested of providers. How could a conflict like that be measured on a model, be managed on a model where there's a single data custodian?
We actually have a number of data custodians for those various areas. So compliance is already under the quality compliance areas, or if they're financial, they're under the financial system. So yes. And a lot of the clinical, or at least performance metrics, are under say AIHW in this setting, as we've heard. It's really bringing those together. Not putting them in the same set, but it's bringing those together for, in fact, actually a combined analysis and a combined report, rather than separate ones which we actually have to search through and try to find.
I see. So are you saying that a data custodian wouldn't be a single entity?
Correct.
Yeah.
What's your view about that, Ms York?
Well, I think that's part of the point of a minimum data set. So a compliance organisation will still capture all of the information it needs to perform its role, and the service providers will capture all of the information they need to perform their role. Department of Health in terms of its funding role. It's a minimum component of each of those pieces that comes together into a curated set that's then made available for these multiple purposes. So it doesn't replace all of those data sets. It takes aspects of them into a bigger group of data sets.
I see. Associate Professor Ignacio, you mentioned the importance of independence. How much independence should the data custodian have from government?
That's again a tough question. I think, like I said, the data is collected to improve care, right? The individuals are going to act on the care are the providers, so they have to be involved. To what degree they work with the regulators to develop these data sets, they should be heavily involved in it. So it serves both purposes. I mean, the aim in the end is the same one, is to improve care and to collect enough information that we can understand what's happening so we can make inferences about it to improve what's going to happen in the future. So I think it absolutely needs to work. It has to be a partnership between the regulators and the providers, but then involve the content area experts on specific areas that will tell you, maybe We don't need all these tools that you may capture the exact same information just in slightly different ways, and you might simplify the data collection process. There is psychometrics that can help you tell you that from a questionnaire of 100 questions, there may be only 10 that tell you enough information about it that's useful. So take advantage of the individuals that have those expertise to develop these tools and be part of the process. So I guess in short, my answer is that it should be a partnership between all the individuals that are content area experts, the regulators, and the providers who are going to be using the data.
Yes. Mr. Lankin, how important is independence in the data custodian?
Look, I think it's important that there is an independent body that's looking at that, particularly from a government's perspective, and we will support that as a provider, and ensuring that there are some standards around, the timeliness of access to that information being used by the right people for the right purposes. Fully support that. If I could just touch on the Commissioner's question earlier around the challenge of getting the community information about aged care in a timely way. We think one of the best solutions there is to embrace consumer-generated reviews to do that. We know, there's the importance of the regulatory data and all of the information we've been talking about today. But we think that, if consumer-generated reviews can be made more widely available, we can encourage people to provide them. That's a source of information that families and the community can go to when trying to make decisions of where to place their loved one into care. Now, that's happening today in a fragmented way. We're working on getting online reviews publicly available on our website, which we'll have in a couple of months' time. And so there's a big opportunity, I think, in that space for that consumer-generated data to be made available very quickly in real time for the community.
Perhaps I might ask Professor Ignacio the question somewhat differently. So remember, it was a question about the extent to which you need independence. What kinds of structures do you think you need, given your perspective, to ensure that what you get in the data is reliable?
So right now, the data sets that we use, for example, are transactional data and collected by ACAT assessors and some by providers, so the ACFI. The other ones are collected by individual, the state-level hospitals data sets. I believe the data collection process itself is quite independent, except for the ACFI, which I understand it's because of the model that it's, what it's supposed to do. It might have some bias in the way the data is being collected. But the other ones, I trust that they're actually being collected to just describe what happened. So there is very little bias there. But if you're asking independence from the funding perspective and who should put that information and make that information available to be independent, there shouldn't be just directly, again, my point is that it shouldn't just be the regulators doing it, because if it is just the regulators from top down, the providers will never act on that information the way that you want them to. They need to be part of the solution in order for them to use that information for quality improvement. And I think in health, there has been a lot of really good examples of that being the case. And I'll use this because that's my experience in Australia. When I first came here was to work with the Australian Orthopaedic Association National Joint Replacement Registry that has been around in Australia for 20 years. It influences practices in orthopedic surgery throughout the world. And the way that they've gotten this to do is that the providers will voluntarily share their information about the surgeries and will get information back about how they perform and how they perform in comparison to other surgeons nationally. They're the only ones who know who they are, but they come together once a year and they discuss that information and they share that information with each other and they use that as a quality improvement tool. When we developed our registry, that was our intent as well, is that we'll be able to give information back to providers that they'll be able to act on. Now, I understand that the regulators need to be part of monitoring that. As a consumer, I would want to know what are the facilities that are performing better than the other facilities. I want transparency and reporting. So that's why I'm saying it needs to be it needs to come from both places. It needs to be the providers and it needs to be the regulators working together. So it serves both purposes. Does that answer your question?
I think so. Ms. York, you want to add to that?
Look, I think the independence of the curator is one thing. It's the independence of who's setting what is collected and what it's being used to measure and who can use it for what purpose. So that's how I'm seeing the governance that sits above this, that is really crucial, that no one player gets to specify that is a board or a group of people with this quite specific membership, and they have to chart the course of the measurement, and then the curator implements that. That's how I'm seeing the distinction.
Yeah, so if we were to actually look at where some of the data might be, the pharmaceutical data is in the pharmaceutical benefits, the Medicare data is in another set. It's not saying that would all actually be in the one set. It's a matter of the curation of that is where do you get it. This is basically what AIHW has to do to actually bring some of those together. But there are other data sets that you don't get access to that would be of great value to actually an overarching governance for where it is. So it's that higher governance set of actually doing the directorial approach that we would certainly support.
Thank you.
Ms York, would AIHW have the resources to curate a mandatory minimum data set that included information about workforce and quality of life as well as the existing data sets?
No, but we'd have to build on what we already do and scale that up to include additional data sources. And that's what we generally, that's our model. We're half appropriation funded and half funded by special purpose grant, project funding. And so normally we can stand up new teams or new work programs quite quickly in response to requests.
So if AIHW was provided with additional funding along those lines that you've described, how long ought it be allowed to curate the mandatory minimum data set?
I think it largely depends on whether the first stage of that would be to collate everything that currently exists into a linked data set that makes most use of what's currently available, and if that answer is based on what's currently going on with other data sets, such as we're building a big national disability data asset, then I would say you could bring a lot of the core of that together over a period of, say, 2 years. But if you're talking about bringing in a lot of the data that's missing from the existing data, then that actually needs a bit more work with all of the players who we've been talking about today to define what should be brought into the mandatory data set. So I think there's some stages of work to be done, and they could be done at the same time to try and start getting a much more useful data together.
Thank you, panellists. That concludes my questions. Thank you, Commissioners.
I'm going to ask the dummies question of Dr. Grenfell. I well and truly understand transactional data sets. What I don't understand is digital data sets. Could you just give us the dummies guide in this area to what sort of data sets we might be looking at that might feed into a minimum data set or might feed off or build on a minimum data set of the sort that Ms York's talked about, please?
Correct. So some of the Medicare data set, often people say that that's a clinical set. It's not. It's a transactional or financial transactional one. Pharmaceutical benefit is also a transactional one in the sense of a drug that's been sold. If we think about compliance to accreditation criteria, that's another set that was certainly eloquently explained about how those fit in from a couple of panellists here today. There's the other ones about workforce and workforce skill sets, so the health professionals data sets about what's collected on registration and credentialing of various workforce elements across the sector. Adherence to workers' compensation claim, but also complaints. Healthcare services commissioners and others are collecting data that actually would be fitting into those. The other one you need to mesh to is the hospitalisation data sets into the state systems, acute systems, or even whether the subacute care, where a lot of aged care residents are actually finding themselves in subacute settings. So that is picked up in state settings under state jurisdiction. So that would actually need to be collected, or at least a connected ambulance setting. And the big one, which is the one that we really would like to actually look at organising, and that's general practice. But more so that the uncharted territories of allied health, and particularly the allied health in the community sector, is about to the services that are provided there. That's really a snapshot. It gets more complex, and I could go on for a while, but for that is to give us the richness of experience. And I think we've also heard we could collect a lot more from the person themselves and their family.
And if I might ask, between you, Dr. Granville, and Ms. York, to bring in those extra elements would, I imagine, take some time. Are we talking 4 or 5 years, or what are we talking here?
I think we should look at digital transformation in a 10-year sort of cycle and say what would we like to achieve in a stage-gated approach, and what would be the ideal system that we'd be aspiring for over a 10-year period. That would be a reasonable way of looking at it. Having said that, I guess we've probably failed, I think, in the acute sector and the primary care sector, because I think I've been a practitioner now for over 30 years, and we've been under digital transformation through my whole career in general and acute care. So I think it's actually a lot longer and ambitious to say 10, but we've made a lot of mistakes in those two sectors to actually tell us what we shouldn't do. And we should be, in fact, actually setting a good target of 10. I don't know, Louise?
No, I think that's fair. And starting with, everybody would think that we had good information about primary care, and we don't. And so let alone the other enabling allied health in the community, that's going to be even harder. We might be a little bit closer with primary healthcare data than we've been in the past, but as far as getting it with the trust and in the format where you could link it to the sorts of information we're talking about, to really look at how the person's experiencing that move between aged care and primary care, I think 10 years would be safer.
And other countries have had a go at this, haven't they? I read somewhere the other day that after about 10 years of working at it, New Zealand thinks they're there. Would the sort of data we can get be internationally comparable along, I can't remember what it's called, RANI or something like that? Is it?
Inter-RI.
Yes, that's it.
Inter-RI. I think Inter-RI, I've looked into that, is one aspect of this, which is looking at the care plan of the person.
Right.
And it is, you could repeatedly apply that in resi care settings or acute settings, and so you could look at how they're developing over time in terms of their functioning and so on. And that is associated with a minimum data set that pulls out the main attributes of that. So
that would help us to understand whether or not various allied health programs designed to improve or restore people's capabilities or maintain their capabilities were successful or not.
Yes, I think any tool like that that gave repeated measures of functioning would be the if you also had information about interventions to impact that functioning, so such as allied health or subacute care in hospital or other rehab or other aged care. Then that has potential, some sort of standardisation of assessment repeatedly.
Well, that's very helpful, and I'm sure my colleague, Commissioner Pagoni, might ask this, but in addition to what you're coming back to us with, I would appreciate your guidance in those areas, because clearly these things are of great interest to the Royal Commission. Please, and thank you.
Well, I'm going to ask what might be a slightly different question, and that is in relation to the collection and holding of data by a custodian. Is there an example abroad that you all look to and say, that's what we want, what over there?
Wow. I can start by talking about the review that we just currently conducted for the Royal Commission on the 11 countries that have quality and safety monitoring systems. So there are examples. Probably the one that I'm most familiar with, that is the US, that uses the minimum data sets that's collected on all individuals the minute they go into nursing homes. And then it has a set of 17 quality safety indicators of care, including 5 that are collected just from claims data, and then the remaining that are collected from periodic assessments of these individuals. That is very robust and has been useful and in place for many years and now publicly available too. There are obviously the Scandinavian countries, which have used registry-based data to assess not just the basics about quality and safety of care, and by that I mean care that is delivered according to evidence-based guidelines and care that does not cause harm, which is where we're at right now. But they have been measuring things like the psychosocial well-being of individuals and other things that have a much higher level, essentially, of monitoring at this point. And so yes, there's 11 countries right now that currently do this to a lot of different degrees that are, in some of them, that are truly good examples of where we could be. And
do I understand you to say that any of the 11 would be a significant improvement of what we have at the moment?
I wouldn't go as far as saying that, because one thing that is unique about Australia, and I reiterate my point, is that a lot of these data are available. These other countries are doing active data collection to get to where they're at. We already have the data. We just need to put an infrastructure in place that is doing this periodically. So we're ways ahead of curve, actually, in that regards. And the information is very good that we have, so we could tap into that to build a system, which these other places had to painstakingly develop it and to implement it.
So some of those is the closed system approach. So some of those, when I say a closed system, is a single financier, which is really where they fit. So Veterans Affairs in the US has been a leader in quality across that sector, and in fact has driven a lot of the safety and quality agenda. The not-for-profit sector in the US, so Kaiser is an example of how they actually manage across there. Their driver is to improve, obviously, their financial exposure to a considerably a rich source of actually expenditure of funds. So, and the other one is the Scandinavian countries, the way that, again, from a single source focus of actually how they look at it, we tend to look at those. We don't have that in this country, and that means that comparison across there, or at least of the implementation, makes it actually a lot more difficult than we'd expect.
Thank you, Ms. Bergen. Thank you. You've been great assistance. And thank you to each of the panellists, including the one I can see on the screen. Mr. Lankin and the others, thank you very much indeed. It's been very, very helpful. We are grateful for the ability to access your depth of knowledge and experience in helping clarify our thoughts.
Commissioner Pagoni, my instructor informs me that Dr. Grenfell and Ms. York need to be excused from summonses.
Yes, well, I formally excuse you both from summons. Till tomorrow morning.